unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Friday, TGIF. Welcome back, or welcome to, if this is your first time here, to Criminality. I would like to introduce the lovely Sleuth Investigate, who has thankfully volunteered to come and help walk us through a lot of the information when it comes to the Long Island serial killer, also known as Lisk, also known as the Gilgo Beach killer, and about the alleged serial killer Rex Heuermann. So welcome, Sleuth. Yay!
Hey guys, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
We also have Malicious Intent, who is in the chat, and I've also sent her the link, so if she does have a chance to come up, she can come up too. Essentially, these are the two ladies that I go to whenever I'm like, wait a minute, which person was this, and when was this one found, and all the any type of details, because I know the story of this, but I don't know all the intricate details, and these two are absolutely amazing, like little encyclopedias of anything to do with the Gilgo Beach serial killer. So they're my go-tos. I'm also, if Malicious Intent can't come up, I do want to make sure that although we're going to go through a brief history of each person and of the victims, the known victims, and some that are suspected victims, Malicious Intent has done more of a deep dive, very good analysis on each person, and so I want to make sure that I'm going to drop you guys her playlist, because I think once you're in this case, it's one of those cases that once you're in, you're in. So if you know about it, then you're ahead of the game, and if you don't know about it, you're going to learn, and you're not going to probably be able to walk away. So here is Malicious Intent's playlist. Nope, you haven't missed anything. We're just saying hi to everybody. Give me 1 second. Sleuth. I have a tiny human staring at me.
Okay. Hey, everybody joining. Yeah, we've just started, so nobody's missing anything yet, but welcome everybody joining. So good to see all those beautiful faces out there.
Okay, give me 1 second, you guys. I have a popsicle emergency. Give me a second.
Oh no, a popsicle emergency.
I know. Show's yours. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just say hi to everybody in here for me.
Okay. Hi guys. Hey ATS, it's good to see you too. And Lacey Ann, I agree. The indictment is a lot to take in. It was horrible to read it. Yeah, it was awful. Terrible. It's a lot more insight to who Rex Heuermann is, and I don't know if you guys are, like, some of you in the chat have really researched like Long Island and missing cases, missing people, or how far this goes back. For me, Sandra Castillo was a curveball. I would have never in a million years would have guessed that to be one of his victims, but hats off to Suffolk County and all the agencies that did what they did, because this is big. This is a huge case. I didn't think it would span this big. I mean, obviously the Gilgo 4 and all the victims around the Gilgo 4, to me, it was obviously there, right? Like we all kind of feel that he was the guy. But yeah, I'm telling them that Sandra Castillo was a curveball for me.
Oh yeah, it was a curveball for me, and I'm like, wait a minute, and you're like, no, they're like this, and they're like, oh yes, big curveball.
I'm like, look how far away.
Who is this? Who is this person? Decades of killing, decades.
Yes.
But he's 60 years old now. Was arrested when he was 59, right?
59, July of 2023. Yep.
And so,
because of a pizza crust and his wife's hair, and yeah, that's how they got him.
Okay, so before we get there, let's back up just a little bit. So for anybody who doesn't know anything about it, we're going to go through just a little bit of each person and how everything kind of got started with finding these victims, because nobody was, I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody was really looking for them. They were looking for somebody else, and they found them.
Yep.
So tell us how it starts.
So how it started was because of a woman named Shannan Gilbert. She, on the 1st of May of 2010, she was an escort, and she responded to a client's house in Oak Beach, New York, named Josh Brewer. There was a 911 call that had came in later in that night. She fled from the client's house. She told the dispatcher that she believed people were after her. She disappeared in that night, and her driver named Michael Pack was trying to follow her, couldn't find her. It was a very chaotic night for her. She went missing that night, and her body wasn't discovered until December of 2010 or 2011. I'm sorry. When they were looking for Shannan Gilbert in December of 2010, a canine officer and his dog named Blue were walking out, like they were doing training exercise along Ocean Parkway, and they discovered Melissa Bartholomew's remains. This is what basically opened up the investigation to finding all of the bodies on Gilgo.
So he wasn't actually looking for Shannan Gilbert when he found the other bodies?
What's that?
He wasn't actually out looking. I was always under the impression he was looking for Shannan Gilbert's
Yes,
body.
He was out looking for Shannan. Yes.
Okay.
And his dog Blue basically went a little bit further from it, because they were doing a training exercise too, though. That's what I've heard, is he was conducting a training exercise. Dog got out, went to the bathroom, and alerted the officer. And that's when they discovered Melissa Bartholomew's remains.
Okay. So technically she's the first one found, even though they weren't looking for her.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that basically opened up the door for all of the bodies. So you had Maureen Bernard Barnes, who went missing on July 9th of 2007. She was 25 years old. She had traveled from New York City from her home in Norwich, Connecticut. She was also an escort. She was last heard from by a friend. She says the friend says that she was leaving her hotel to meet a client. Investigators say last cell phone records showed her phone was used in Long Island, was last used. She was one of the victims found in Gilgo.
And she went missing. When did she go missing? In 2009?
July 9th of 2007.
Okay.
Then you have Melissa what I'm doing is trying to do the original Gilgo 4, because Melissa was found first.
Yes.
Okay. So on July 10th of 2009, Melissa Bartholomew was 24 years old. She was also an escort. She was last seen at her apartment in Bronx, New York. She told a friend she was going to see a man and she would be back in the morning time frame. She was never seen again. Her cell phone data put her phone last known in Long Island as well.
Who's that one?
Melissa Bartholomew.
Okay, she's the first one found, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is why there's just there's so many names. I'm like, wait,
it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Okay.
In July 17th, a man begins using Melissa's cell phone, taunting her relatives, especially her baby sister, who was 15 at the time. So this is where police were able to eventually create this thing called the box from Massapequa in Manhattan.
Okay.
Okay, so obviously we've got Shannan Gilbert. Then on June 6th of 2010, we have Megan Waterman, who was 22 years old at the time. She was from Maine. She had traveled from Long Island from Maine. She was also an escort. She was last seen at a hotel. I think it was a Holiday Inn Express. They actually have lobby footage of her walking out. That's the last time that's like the last proof of life. And it was in Hauppauge, New York. And then in September 2nd of 2010, Amber Costello was 27 years old. She was last seen leaving her home in West Babylon to meet with a client. Her roommate at the time told investigators that he had noticed a Chevy Avalanche and that the man looked like an ogre, like a tall dude. So that's the Gilgo 4. Now, once they started finding those bodies, they started finding body parts.
So those, and this is gonna some of this is gonna be a major trigger warning for anybody who doesn't like the gory sides of true crime. Just an FYI, there is a lot of gore in some of this stuff. I just want to put that out there for the world. Yes. The original 4 were or were not dismembered.
They were not dismembered. The 4 that were found, they were wrapped in burlap.
Okay, the 4 that were found were wrapped in burlap. All the same burlap, like same type of burlap?
I believe it was the same kind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up the map too, so that people can.
The map's probably going to be easier, so they can actually see.
Yep.
Where? Yeah.
So this map, if you guys are on Twitter, there's an account called Catch Lisk. Let me see if I can drop his Twitter. How do I share this? So feel like such an old person when it comes to certain things now. I'm like, how do I not know how to do this shit? Like I used to be the one that knew how to do all this shit. And I'm like, now how do I share this account? Like I don't even hit the share button.
I'm bad with technology too. I'm like, okay, because everything's different on each platform too. Like you have Facebook, YouTube, Twitter.
I struggle with my fucking Gmail. Like seriously, I was an AOL person. I still am an AOL person. My actual email is AOL, but with the channel, it's Gmail, and it's like the way that they put the emails in there, and then shit gets lost. And I'm like, I don't even know if I've responded to these people. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's like so dumb that I can't figure out stupid shit. I'm like, I feel like my mom.
Oh yeah, and then your kids are coming in and they're like, hey, look what I can do with my phone, and you're like, what?
Oh yeah, now they're like the tech savvy ones.
Yeah.
They're like, you didn't know you could do that? I'm like, no, I didn't. No. I can't believe I used to code stuff for MySpace page. Now I'm done with that. Yes, you bring up some MySpace and I'll be able to tell you how to get some really cool shit on your MySpace page.
I remember that.
I'm like, I could post a picture to Facebook. Okay, thank you.
I can do that.
You guys know I don't Twitter. I'm new at this, so I'm just trying to get into the Twitter world, and I just figured out, you guys are gonna laugh. I just figured out because I repost other people's stuff, and I'm like, how the hell do I make a comment? When I go to repost it, how do I want to say something? I want to say something, and then I want to you know what I mean? I want to put it up with something of my own comment. And I could not for the life of me figure out how to fucking do that. And I finally, just this last week, I figured out there's just another little button quote right there. Yeah. I'm not quoting anybody. I want to make my own comment.
That's
me.
What
do I think quote has to do with it?
You're not alone, Teresa. You're not alone. I did the same thing for probably the first 3 months I was in Twitter. I'm like, how the heck do I say something above it like a post to their post? What the hell?
I'm like, I'm just sharing all these other people's shit, but people share my stuff and they say stuff about it.
Yeah.
How they know how to do it?
I'm confused. I don't get it.
I get it. I finally figured it out though. So now I'm like, yes.
Okay, I'm now a level 5 on Twitter.
I'm a level 5 tweeter. Okay. So this is I just put his link in here. So if you guys are on Twitter, which I'm still going to refer to as Twitter. I don't give a shit if it's called X. It's always going to be Twitter. It's never going to go away to me.
We're programmed to say Twitter.
Yeah, I'm old and shit doesn't change. Like, this is the epitome of like, can't teach an old dog new tricks kind of thing. So that is, if you want to follow, he has this map that he has on his Twitter, and it is, I mean, I can't even, there's not enough good things to say about what he has done to create such a phenomenal piece of work. And I'll zoom out. If you guys have never seen this, I mean, it's
amazing.
This is just like upstate over here. Like he has the whole country.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's full of missing persons, unidentified remains, last sightings of specific people who are missing. There's so much to this. I can't even explain all of it.
Possibly serial killers' homes or killers' homes.
Correct.
Yep.
So, and it's very interactive. And not only does it have just that, it's like you can click on the items and it tells you like what it is. It gives you like information about like Key's family home. It's got any information that you can think of. This is, Raul, he's absolutely
amazing.
The amount of work that goes into something like this, if you guys have never created, I mean, just me creating like my Google Maps, it's like extremely time consuming. So I can only imagine the amount of time, love, and effort that this person has put into this. And his name is Raul, but he is absolutely amazing.
He is.
So
he's on Facebook as well under Catch List. So if you guys are catching yourself in the Facebook groups, I know there's a handful of them out there. Raul's also in there under Catch List. He is super dedicated and has a lot of compassion. Like, this isn't a hobby to him. This is his passion.
No, this is life right here.
Yeah.
This is life. So, okay. So now let me work it correctly and figure out what gotta work it.
Let me reverse it.
Flip it in, reverse it. Okay. Okay. So back to where I was. I wanted to scroll. He has a YouTube channel. He does?
Yeah, he does. Actually, I forget all the venues here.
Hold, please.
All the things.
Let me find that because I feel like I've been missing out. Holy shit. Okay. Catch Justice. I'm hoping this is the right one. Is it like a blue, purpley color one?
Because it's been a while since I've been like perusing the
one of our
tubes.
hosts, Raul, aka Catch List, has become a well-known advocate. Okay. So one of the hosts. So he's part of this YouTube channel.
Oh, that's right.
They don't have hardly any subscribers. We need to fix that.
Yes, we do.
All right, here we go. All right, that is Catch Justice, and one of the hosts is Raul, which I mean absolutely deserves to have people paying attention to what he's doing. Hi, Hammy. I've been backsliding into a lurker life, but life has been so much. I want to be a live chatter again. Oh, Ginger Snaps. You can always be a live chatter with us.
I love Ginger's name. I want to say Ginger Snaps. I love it. Snaps. Oh yeah, another thing too. Someone said Spicy Cappy said the Sarge covers this case. I know exactly who they're talking about. If you guys don't know who the Sarge is, that is Joe Jackalone, retired NYPD officer. Yes. Amazing man.
Aren't you a wrench on his channel?
Yes, girl. Yes, ma'am. I love him. He sometimes co-hosts with a guy named Mike, Josh Zeman, obviously, with this case. Joe Jackalone is amazing. Y'all gotta go check his channel out as well.
All right, well, let me go find it really quick. Hold on.
Go subscribe, y'all. I have like my morning show is him. You know what I mean? Like throughout the day.
Okay, hold on. Why is it not wanting to give me the actual channel? There we go. Okay. All right.
Oh, Gen P Mike is hilarious. He's very funny, and he's got a lot of stories. Very
okay,
good
that's
stories.
Joe's channel. All right, there's a lot of good stuff then. And a lot of people. I'm kind of excited that Raul was a YouTube channel.
I know, me too.
And I'm like, I didn't know that. I want to go and watch. Okay, back to where we were. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Hi, Pam. Hey, Chelsea. Okay, where were we at? Where were
Okay,
we
so we were talking about where the
This
Gilgo
before.
4 were found on Ocean Parkway. So if you click
Okay.
on Melissa Bartholomew, I think that might be her. Yep, that's her. She was obviously the first when the dog was doing the training. And I think it was Officer Malia. I don't know why I have Officer Malia in my head, but I think that was the officer that was the canine handler. I believe the dog's name was Blue. That was the first body they found out in Gilgo on Ocean Parkway, was Melissa Bartholomew.
Okay.
See how amazing his map is? He even has like details to the victim, her story.
Right.
Like it's not like he just puts something there and that's it. Like he actually puts
Right.
time into their stories.
Okay, I said he was a big fan of John Douglas, and he was a terrible speller.
Oh yeah.
I make lots of mistakes when I write fast, so I get it. Hi, Kyra. Okay, so we have one, and then nope, not there yet. Nope. Right next. She's number 2, right? Maureen's
I
found
believe
next?
she was number 2. Now this is where we need Mallory when we get a chance.
Okay.
I just remembered the dog with Melissa because I was like, how crazy is that? That if that dog would have not had to stop to go to the bathroom, what would today be like? You know? So once she was found, Melissa Bartholomew, they started finding all of these remains.
Right here. And
There's
these are
malicious intent. Girl, what you didn't do is not be up on this panel.
It's very impressive. Okay, so these are the first 4 found, hence the Gilgo 4.
Yes.
Okay, so now later, the next one found is who?
I believe, see, this is where my brain's not good. I believe they started finding like additional remains in, let's see, where's my timeline? Okay, so in December of 2010.
Right.
Okay.
That's when they found the first ones, right?
Yep.
And then March.
Yep. March. Okay. So March 29th of 2011, they discovered some of the remains of Jessica Taylor. So part of Jessica Taylor was found in July of 2003 when she went missing. That part of her that was her torso was found up in Manorville, in a town called Manorville. I don't know if you can see it on the map. You're going to have to go north on the map. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where is the list at here? There it is. Okay. I'm trying to follow along with you. This is where I need a second screen.
I'm telling you, the 3 screens changed my world.
It's life. Okay. I'm trying to find Manorville. I think the other thing that's hard, it's such a small area, but it's so big.
Hi, Kathleen. I don't want to go too far, and then I don't want to. I'm not familiar with this whole area at all, so.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. That's not it. His map is amazing, but it's so big. Okay.
Right. So just further north.
It's north, but a little east, I believe, too.
Okay. Ah, shit. Plastic. Okay, so her 7/26/03, her naked torso, legs, and feet were found on a plastic sheet placed on a pile of sticks and chopped wood.
Yep.
Along a utility road next to a sump off Halsey Manor Road in Manorville.
Yes, off Halsey and Mill Road. She was, yeah.
So she's the one who had the tattoo that was mutilated. He had tried to remove the identifying tattoo.
Yes. So if you, on your map.
Manorville is more in the middle of the island, closer to the north shore, though.
So you're going to have to go pretty far east. So go up and then east. That's west. Go east.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
I do the same thing. Left, right.
I don't know about you, but this is mirrored. And if you're just looking at it the opposite direction.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Good point. We're going to get there, you guys. Okay. Do you see where it says Robert Cushman Murphy County Park?
Right here.
You see it?
Yep.
Okay. See the two hearts next to each other? To the
Yes.
right or the left for you? The right?
Right here.
There's Jessica Taylor.
This is Jessica Taylor.
That's where her torso was found.
Oh my gosh.
Legs and her torso, legs, feet. Yeah. So she was discovered in 2003. Parts of her were discovered in 2003. And then in March of 2011, her head and her hands were found off Ocean Parkway.
Jesus. Okay.
So that was March.
MB
Get back
MB
to
Inc.
it.
knows what I'm talking about. It's inverted.
It's inverted.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Okay, so she's here. So they find her, the other parts of her.
Yes. In 2011. And then also in 2011, in April of 2011, the additional remains of Valerie Mack were found as well.
Valerie Mack's over here.
Yep. And parts of Valerie Mack, where you were up in Manorville, where the darker red heart would be, that's where she was found. So she was actually found, like Ray Tierney said, the DA, a little bit further into the woods in Manorville.
So, but just parts of her there too.
Yes.
Okay, I don't even know where I was now. Here we are. So this. Okay, so not far from Jessica Taylor.
Yes. They were
So the
very
hunter
close.
came across multiple plastic bags in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
In 2000. That contained her torso, her legs, and her left foot, and the left foot of a female victim along a wooded path of Manor Road in Manorville. Reports at the time believe she was killed approximately 3 months prior to being found. And then, so that's 11 years later. 11 years later, they found her head, her hands, and her right foot. God. Off of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach. Okay. So we have the Go-Go 4, Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and then before we get into Toddler Doe, Toddler Doe's actually found first, right?
No. Melissa
No,
Bartholomew
Peaches
was
is found first?
Yeah, Melissa
No.
Bartholomew.
I mean, the Peaches, because the Peaches isn't found yet when they find the baby.
Oh, I believe so. See, I don't know those details as far as like which ones they found first, as far as like after the Go-Go 4. I'm not exactly sure. I just know like I believe baby Peaches was found in April of 11, but I don't know like all the intricate. It's there's so many stuff going on. You know what I mean?
So I'm going to answer Gamby's real quick. So we're going to go over how they caught the guy. Is there videos? Absolutely. There's a lot and tons of videos on Lisk. We're trying to just do a little bit of background for anybody who doesn't know the case. So all these bodies and body parts are found long before there's an arrest. So we knew back in 2010 when they started finding it, we knew there was a serial killer that was not caught. So he's not arrested until 2023. 2023, right? Yeah.
Yep, July 2023.
Yes, he killed kids too. So, well,
we're not sure about the baby. Well, as far as we think that, because it could be, did he leave the baby out in the elements?
Well, as of right now, he's not charged with these yet. So we're going to go over which ones he gets charged with. So we're just going over how everybody's found, and then we'll go over how he's charged, or how he's caught, how he's charged, and then we'll talk about what came out yesterday. Like a look into the mind of he is. I think of him like how, nowadays we look back at like a Jeffrey Dahmer, or we look back at like a Ted Bundy or a Charles Manson. This is like the future one of those. Like, this is somebody who's killing like in our time, and like our kids and like our grandkids are going to be like, did you guys know that serial killer, that Rex guy? Remember him? You know what I mean? Like, it's literally an old age type of serial killer. Like, but it's current. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's how I wrap my mind around. I'm like, this is kind of creepy.
Oh yeah. And there's a lot to it. Like, we were just thinking the Gilgo 4. We obviously, a lot of us that know the Gilgo case with the other bodies all were like, okay, does lightning really strike 11 times in kind of the same area? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But now it's like there's so much to it with all these victims that you're trying to piece together which body was found where, what time frame. I mean, he not only threw off law enforcement, he's throwing us off as the public.
Right.
When they were originally found.
So they find find parts of Valerie Mack, and then next to her they find the toddler,
baby. Yeah.
Who's approximately 18 months old. They don't know exactly how old. They said, oh, he actually says over here it's like 18 to 32 months old.
Yes.
The baby is a Black African American toddler female. So now this is what they found so far. So we have the 4 here that are intact. We have Jessica Taylor parts, Valerie Mack parts, and a essentially a 2-year-old little girl.
Yes. Yeah.
Now next, I believe they find him.
We're kind of going like in 2010, and then we have to go backwards to like Karen Vergata and Peaches, because if you look at the map
found versus how when they were, so we're kind of going over how they're found during this search versus when they were missing.
Yes.
Right.
And how they were like compared DNA, like the baby to Peaches. And
we haven't even found Peaches yet.
Yep. Well, so Peaches, part of her was in Lake Hampstead Park. And then some of her was found.
We haven't got there yet. She hasn't been found yet. We got to find he's going to find Asian Doe first.
Oh yeah, we got to find Asian Doe.
Yeah. So they find him next, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Asian April, now we're in 2011. In April of 2011, they find a gentleman that's known as Asian Doe now. They have not identified him yet. Valerie Mack wasn't identified until recently, right?
Oh goodness, I want to say 2016.
No. Who's the one that he's not charged with but was recently identified?
Karen Vergata.
Karen Vergata. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of names, so it is a lot.
It's a lot. I know. I get stumped sometimes, and I should know it, but it's like, man,
there's a lot of details.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of details, which is why when I'm like, which one is this one again? I have to ask questions. Okay, so he's found next, and he's the only man that so far is somewhat connected to the Gilgo Beach serial killer, because when all these all these bodies and body parts were found initially, they did connect them all to one person. That's what they were thinking. So they knew there was a serial killer, but they weren't sure that, like, what other victims there were. So that we've always kind of heard about these main people being connected since they were finding the bodies on the beach.
Yes.
So they say he was about 17 to 23. He's probably been there since around 2006. And he was found wearing women's clothing. So he was suspected to be that. So you can see that Raul puts like a little LGBTQ. I guess you're not supposed to say plus anymore. So I don't know if I'm politically correct on that, but you know what I'm saying. So he's found next. And then I think let me see. Who's next?
Okay.
Who's next?
Go to the heart that you're at near West Gilgo. I'm trying to remember the map. See, we don't even know if that's connected.
This is another one that's found there, but we haven't nobody's talked about her. Well,
no, Raul has, but
I was like, Raul. I was like, well, Raul
got this. See, this is why we had to bring Raul too. Okay, so I think
she was not part of the ones that were in the initial searches found. So she's actually not found until 2013.
Yeah.
She's not part of the original ones found.
Discovering, yes. Yeah. There's Karen Vergata.
Okay, is she next though? She's not found next, is she?
No. Let me go back to my thing here.
No, I think Peaches is next. So Peaches is down here.
Yes.
So Peaches is known as Peaches because they have not actually identified her, but she had a tattoo, as you can see a little bit up here in the corner, of a peach. So she's been nicknamed Peaches. She is a Jane Doe and does not actually, she's not, her real identity, she has not been identified. So she just goes by, she's been called Peaches since the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, part of her was found in Lake Hempstead, and then some of her has never been recovered.
Okay, so in 97, they found her torso in a green Rubbermaid container at Hempstead Lake State Park, right off of Lake Drive. Floral pillowcases and maroon towel were found inside the container. Initial reports said the date of death was about 3 days later, or 3 days earlier. And then on April 11th of 2011, her upper and lower extremities were found at Jones State Beach in a plastic bag, 1.5 miles east of Jones Beach Tower, 40 feet from the Ocean Parkway near Zacks Bay. There were 2 gold bracelets belonging to Peaches. Oh, wait, we didn't go over the belt. Did we talk about the belt?
We did not. We'll do the belt. Yeah.
Okay, I know. It's just so much.
It's a lot. So I believe her head was never found.
Oh my God.
That's why I think, yeah.
Funny, and then you went and said that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the screen.
No, it's okay. Tammy says, as someone in the LGBTQ plus community, this is the first I've heard about the plus. I didn't get the memo. My daughter had to go through a class on like family life. And so the booklets that she got said we're not allowed to use the plus anymore. I was not aware of that. That's why I'm like, I don't know how new that is. And so I don't want to offend anybody if I say the plus. But apparently she was told that you have to say all the letters. And I was like, do you know all the letters? She knew all the letters. I did not know all the letters. So I was like, shit, this is going to be problematic for the politically correct because I don't know. But anyway, so Hammy, that's the memo. It's in a booklet that she got from doing family life. No idea. Okay, now my side note's done. I can go back to what Sluice over here is saying. Let me go back to Peaches. Her head's not been found?
I believe, yeah.
Let me see. I'm reading. It appears one or both of her hands are still not recovered. Her hands, along with one or more limbs. Her arms were dismembered at the shoulders and her legs were dismembered just below the knees. She is described as a Black African-American female between the ages of 18 and 30. So he says her hands.
Okay, so it was her. I thought her skull wasn't recovered either.
I'm going to read it again just to make sure. I have to kind of take breaks at some points because otherwise I won't be able to make it through the grotesqueness. Yeah. I mean, I can handle a lot, but
it's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in all at once. It really is. Said death was about 3 days earlier. The upper and lower extremities were found at Jones Beach, east of Jones Bay. Okay, so we already know that. Upper and lower extremities.
Oh, I see. Yeah, her head was never recovered. I see it now.
Yeah, it says both of her hands and head never recovered. Yeah. So there's another dump site. Yeah. Still unfound or unknown to the public, at least. Oh, gosh, ATS.
That's so sad. Yeah.
Hi, Scott. Hey, Jay, KO, they theorized it was in his dungeon basement and made reference to using push pins to hold up the sheets of plastic like Dexter style set.
Yes. Yep.
But he evolved.
Yeah.
So he definitely, things changed. Things changed as he continued to do it. You're killing me, Smalls. It's so degrading. It's so bad. It is. I think that's kind of his point, though, is he wants to degrade them.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into psychology of a serial killer because God only knows if you can ever come back out. But
I am interested on that side of him, though. Like, what
Oh, gotcha.
drove him to do this? This is atrocious behaviors to do to another human being, let alone innocent, tiny, small females that were just doing something that, to me, I don't think was anything bad. You know, like it was very degrading what he did to these poor women.
Yeah.
And Peaches' baby.
So what they end up finding out through DNA, even though that neither are identified, is that Peaches, who's found down here, and the baby, who's found over here, are related. Hey, there's malicious intent. What's up, girl?
Hey, Mel.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm so happy that you're here. How's mom?
Good. They gave her a nerve block in her shoulder, so she's not really feeling anything right now. So overnight tonight will be the big test.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
great timing.
man.
Right? She got a
All right,
bionic
we're here to
elbow.
distract you.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I literally just got home. One of my neighbors passed away today, so there's that too.
oh, goodness.
We only found out because they carried the body bag out.
Oh,
And
goodness.
yeah, so it's been a day, but I'm here. I've been listening. I have my notes. Dexter's here.
Dexter's,
And we're all ready.
Dexter's
here.
ready to go.
Dexter's ready to
Dexter,
go.
you ready?
Okay, so we've gone through essentially all the initial people that are, the bodies and the body parts were found.
Right.
I don't think we missed anybody, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did we miss somebody here?
We got Karen Vergata as well.
Oh, this is that one that we did. That it was found in 2013. Raul has it on his map. I mean, I think it's going to be a possibility to pay attention to, but she was not one of the ones that was known to us from the searches, because, like I said, she wasn't found until 2013. Now, to bring it back to Shannan Gilbert, who, remember, is the person who went missing in 2010 that they were actually looking for.
Yep.
So she was found over here.
Mm-hmm.
So straight up that parkway, but closer to the end of it. So this is where she's located.
Yeah. And on my video too, I had done a Google Maps of the house that she was located at, where her call was that night, where she ran to, the different people who had called 911, all the way to where her body is found. So, that was the first video I ever did.
It's a good video. You all got to check it out.
I did. I put the link in there. I'll put it in the description because it's definitely.
Now, Teresa, before you move on the map, when you get a chance, do you see that like orange thing right there? Click that.
That's her clothing.
Yep.
Yep.
So the purple house is, I believe, Josh Brewer's house.
That's the gatehouse leading to
the gated community home. And then that's where her stuff was found and where her body was initially found.
So I think his house is actually farther down.
Is it?
It's one of the two houses to the left, T. Nope, keep going. One of those two is
there it is. Why did I thought it was the purple one? Yeah,
well,
so
she ran to the right, and it was, I want to say, she ends up going down that little Y. So where the Y is, she goes down potentially. Oh
yes.
No, she goes
down. She goes straight down that road and then goes up and then down, right?
Down, yes, down the Y, because somehow she makes it all the way down to like the bottom. I don't know. Like the bottom one that's on the water, and then makes it back up to where her clothes are found, and then eventually her body.
Well, so she's most likely then killed where her clothes are found?
Possibly killed.
Possible. Yeah, I mean, hang on, let me see. I'm just looking. I don't want to get anything wrong. So it says December 7th, 2011. Her pocketbook, jeans, shoes, and cell phone are found. And then it was the 11th that her remains are found.
And remember,
Mhm.
she went missing in May,
Oh, right here.
and her remains were discovered in December.
It's a year later, though.
A year later. Thank you. Year later. So
Yep, it was 18 months after she went missing is when they ended up finding her remains.
a year later. My goodness.
Almost 2 years, a year and a half.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so she's found, it says her remains are located here 12/13/2011. So yeah, a year and a half.
Yep.
Probably a little bit over.
Yep.
All right, let me check chat real quick and see what's going on. Hey, Mother of Dragons. Hi, Lynn. 2 bodies were found near my work, and the managers had to take attendance of all of us and all the companies around us. Ooh. His house in Reading, Massachusetts, Andover, Massachusetts. Well, that's kind of freaking scary, Lynn. Doctor had the cell phone, right? Or the number he called mom.
They're talking about Dr. Peter Hackett, right? No.
Catastrophe, I'm not sure.
I don't think the doctor had her number. I want to say, didn't he get it from the boyfriend, Mel?
I was not listening. Dexter got the zoomies and went.
Oh, goodness.
Psycho. Sorry.
So
What
they're
was the
asking
question?
how Peter Hackett got Mrs. Gilbert's number, Shannon's mom.
Oh.
I might be wrong, y'all. I believe it was the boyfriend that he got it from,
I don't know.
but I
I
might be
want to
wrong.
say it was a chain of people. Because I know someone was aware of her driver and who her driver was.
It might even
So
been him, Michael Pack. Yeah.
I want to say that they potentially knew that she was doing this and knew that he would be with her. So someone had reached out to him. Hang on. Let's see. It's going to bug me.
Yes, the killing season. And then there's a really good podcast out there that's really extensive, and it's literally called Lisk. It's on Apple, Spotify. That one's a good one too.
So it says both Alex and Shannon's family reported her missing, so her boyfriend.
Yep.
And then after calling her driver to ask where she was. So
So the driver probably gave it to her. Gave
Yeah.
it to her.
yeah,
Gave it to him. Okay, so Bernadette says, I will never believe that he didn't kill Shannon. What are the odds that she called 911 saying that someone was going to kill her and then laying down and dying of natural causes in Rex's dump site? Are there people who still think that Shannon is not connected to Rex?
I am kind of on that fence.
That there's a possibility you think she may have died some other way, that somebody else killed her?
Possibly another kill. Yeah. I could be wrong. I just have a feeling.
I would have to agree just because her case is one of the ones that we have the most information about.
Yeah.
The best timeline, the different people involved, and she's only technically related to the Gilgo case because they found everyone else when they were searching for her.
Yeah.
Yes, she was technically, a sex worker in the same area, which obviously connects them. But it's not like she was, I don't know. I think there's also a possibility, you know what I mean? Where
Me too.
I don't necessarily say 100%. Do I lean towards it? Yes, but I think I'm also biased because I'm like, oh, a sex worker died on Gilgo Beach. It has to be Rex. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I'm kind of half and half.
Nobody else is out there killing all these sex workers on Gilgo Beach, so it has to be.
Well, don't get me started on all the other sketchy people on Gilgo Beach, though.
Wait, Lynn, the 2 people that they had found when they came to do the head count at your work are 2 people on Rex's list of victims?
What?
Wow.
Lynn?
In
Wait a
Massachusetts?
minute. I want to make sure I'm understanding that correct. 2 people are on the list of victims. Did I miss a comment? All right, hold on. I just want to make sure. I don't want to misread that. T, I have the Shannon 911 calls in my server if you want to play them.
I have them on my video, too.
Okay.
Yeah, her 911 call is very sad and scary.
She has them in her Discord, so she's like, just grab them from there if I want to. All right, let me see. Well, you know me and my Discord. This. Okay.
It's
She's a
crickets
sex
in
worker who
there.
knew
Yeah, you have to be really careful because I'll strike you. So
My question is, does anybody believe that she wasn't killed? Does anybody believe that Shannan Gilbert wasn't actually murdered?
I personally would like to see the full autopsy report, but they do say that it looked like her God, what is the bone in the throat? What is the bone? Hyoid bone?
hyoid bone.
Thank you. Was it shattered or broken?
Yeah, was broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not, you don't get in hypothermia.
No.
ND says many cases are going to be traced back to Rex. I agree with you a lot. Very much. Percent says she was a sex worker who knew Rex per the taxi driver. So the taxi driver.
I do remember that. Well, and I want to say it was Shannon's autopsy that ended up being questioned by that celebrity forensic pathologist, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Michael Baden.
Yes.
He was a celebrity forensic pathologist that did, I want to say he was in the OJ trial. If I'm completely wrong, please correct me, but that's what came to my head. And he came out, and I want to say either went against or there was like the different causes and manners of death for Shannan were different.
Salty sweet tea. Hi, honey. Sorry, she said Sarge doesn't think that Shannan is connected.
Interesting.
KO said, have you guys seen the interview with the sex worker who had a date with Rex Heuermann but declined to go back to his house?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have not seen that.
I'm going to bring up chat.
Okay, really quick, Teresa, can you highlight Marshall Dove's comment? Not that one. Not that one. The other one.
Hold on. I don't think I'm down there yet. I was way behind on chat here. I'm in Virginia and I'm very interested in the women murdered in the 90s, still unsolved. Route 29 murders referred to.
Okay. Interesting tidbit. Rex Heuermann's mother sold the house to him. And this is per tax records in Nassau County. She sold it said in Nassau County, sell between relatives. So she sold Rex the house for $170,000 in 1994. I don't know where she moved immediately after that, but when I pulled up records, she moved down to a town called, I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, so everybody local to Virginia, I'm really sorry, Palmyra, Virginia. And that's the route you would have to take to travel from New York down to Virginia. And he would visit his mom quite a bit. Route 29 was not far from where his mom lived. And if you look at the composite sketch, Teresa, he looks just...
Look at the composite sketch of this Route 29 killer?
Yeah, especially the one that's like... there's a colored photo, and then there's just a black and white. Yeah, just type in Route 29 stalker composite sketch.
I got you. Let me grab it.
Okay, I think I'm back now.
Hey, Mel.
This one?
Yep. And then there's another one. The black and white one. I mean, come on now.
A 96 Virginia killer sketch. All right, hold on.
The one for me, the left.
Yeah.
More like Rex.
I mean, I could.
It's the hairline.
The hairline, the eyebrows, even kind of the mouth.
I could see, but you guys know I hate fucking sketches. I just so hate sketches. I mean, I could definitely see it. I can see it being a possibility.
You got to do a side by side.
I was gonna say if you squint one eye and turn your head to the side, you could see it in the right one too.
Mm-hmm.
So, a Route 29 stalker victim's sister claims sketch of mystery murderer looks like the Gilgo Beach serial killer. So one of the sisters is thinking that it is the same.
Look at the mouth and kind of the nose
No, this
and the
nose here is
indentations.
I could definitely see how someone could think it was him, but would I look at the sketch and be like, "Oh my God, Rex Heuermann"? No, but if I'm looking at them next to each other, I can see it.
Same here.
Better one here. Hold on, because I mean I think the black and white sketch would be more.
Yeah.
More close to what he looks like.
Yeah. Hold on.
I also
What the heck
think
is
it's
that?
hard because he has that one, because he has the big forehead on the one side.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like him to me.
Her picture looks very familiar to me.
That's because it looks like everyone's
really
picture from
familiar.
that time frame.
Huh? That's everybody's picture from that time frame?
Yeah.
Watch your mouth. You weren't even around at that time frame.
What is that time frame?
1996.
I was born. Rude.
That's why I graduated high school. Rude.
I was 2. I was not 2 yet. I was 1.5.
I was like 7, 8, somewhere around there.
All right, let me see. I need to watch the interviews with the escort who met with Heuermann. Her name is Nikki Brass. I'll
Nikki
watch
Brass.
it.
Thank you, Hammy. Yes, Nikki Brass.
There were also, I'm going backwards in the comments, so if anything seems kind of odd, that's why. There were also 3 back when he was in college that have not yet been solved. I know one was shot and covered in plastic bags. He would have been around 18. Well, they say that typically most serial killers, they will start killing in their early to mid 20s. I think he has killed many. And now we know he was learning and modifying his behavior. I know. Accuses Michael Pack of being in on it the whole time.
That was the driver.
Right. I remember that from Mallory's video.
Yeah.
Could one be his brother?
I don't know. I haven't seen a picture of his brother in a long time. You'd have to refresh my memory.
The only one I've seen him in was being in the truck, and it was so hard to see him in that picture.
So there are many, in fact, Virginia close to his mom's. He was in a deposition in the 90s for Case and State, drove to Virginia to see his mom often.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of deposition? What kind of deposition was he in?
I want to. There's a channel. His name is Nathan Adams. I forgot the whole. Marshall Dove may know who this guy is. It was something about insurance claim. I believe there was something legally that he had to do a deposition for, and he did say, he even said something about being in Cocoa Beach as well.
Hey,
he has ties to Cocoa Beach, Florida too.
This is publicly buzzed photo.
I love those guys.
Hey, shout out to Publicly Buzzed. What's up?
What's up, PB?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I didn't realize that I just grabbed it off of Google. So Lynn said, did they find anyone on the brothers in his land in South Carolina, or just the car? Just the car, from what I know.
Yeah.
From what we know, just the car.
Scott Perkins says, better than the Delphi sketches. That's a fact. Hi, Christy. I would be surprised if Rex is pinned. I would not be surprised if Rex is pinned for 100 murders. I am right there with you. That's why I'm like, all right, we've got to start playing catch up a little bit here. Well, I do, because this is just gonna keep going.
We may have to have a couple more lives though.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, we're gonna have to have a ton, because there's so much of the intricate details that we can't even get into, because there's just not enough time to do it unless we're going to stay on here for 24 hours, which I don't want to do. So we're going to end up breaking it down. But I think that for me, I think what triggered me like really wanting to do this was I thought that they were going to, I kind of thought it was just going to be like, here's this grouping of his killing ground, and these are going to be his victims.
Mm-mm.
And I think with Costilla yesterday, it really just threw me.
It did me too. Yeah.
Me too.
And I was like, wait a minute. That's why I immediately messaged Dre, and I'm like, wait a minute. Who is this person? Like, I don't know this name. And now knowing where she's from, and now there's so much more history. I'm like, this is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Probably you guys are like, well, we already fucking knew it was bigger.
Well, here's the thing. I
thought it was going to be Valerie. I didn't think
I did too.
It was going to be Yeah, I thought it was going to be Jessica and Valerie.
Well, there was another part of me too that kind of wondered, and I didn't say this like publicly in any of the YouTube stuff or Twitter. I really thought maybe they had found Peaches' skull, and it was going to be Peaches.
Well, and we've talked a lot too, me and Sleuths have, about the fact that there is a lot of talk behind the scenes about whether or not Peaches has been identified behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And they just have not brought it publicly.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Very
is
possible.
something that is very, very much being said behind the scenes, is that she has been identified, but they just have not identified her publicly yet.
Yeah.
So I do find it very interesting to see how they, I mean, and like I said, that's literally just like speculation. There's nothing saying that, but like,
Yeah, there's nothing
so
factual.
I'll tell you guys, when it comes to like the genetic genealogy stuff, they will hold on to that stuff for a year, 2 years before they ever put it out to the world that they have identified the person.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it would not be surprising in the slightest if they do have her identity.
do you think they would have
And
told
that
her
it's
family?
unknown. You think they would tell the family?
I'm asking. Do you think if they identified her and they were like,
don't.
hey, you don't think
Yes.
they would?
Yes,
I
but here's
don't.
the problem: is you don't know what family she has.
Right.
So you don't know. Since we don't know who she is. She may not have, her parents may be gone. She may not have siblings. So are they going to go and find her sixth cousin? No, they're not going to do that. So if her parents are alive, or if she does have siblings, they may know. But if they want justice, then they're not going to say anything either. If the cops aren't asking them to, it's going to depend.
Yeah.
See, and they might not tell them right away. They may not say anything right away. I mean, if she's been missing for a long time.
Yeah.
And they found her. They found her a long time ago at this point. You know what I mean? Like they may not.
Yeah.
That's kind of where, because you got to think they did kind of the same with Karen Vergata. Didn't they know her identity for a little while before they even told? Yeah. It's sad, but I know it's
the boy in the box. They knew his identity for like a year and a half and didn't say a word.
Really? The one here in Pennsylvania?
Yep.
I didn't know that, y'all.
Yep.
Dang.
I love my forensic genetic genealogy.
You're good at that.
Yeah.
I love that
So
stuff.
I was going to say, I know you love sketches, T. Just to take a little bit of a segue, one of my favorite sketches of all time was done for the Diane Downs trial. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
That one's my favorite of all time.
Sketches?
Hang on, here I have it. I'm sharing it if you want to share it.
I gotta figure out, this guy looks like an actor.
There, T.
Oh my
God. Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I put it up on the screen.
Oh, you did? Okay, hold on. Oh God, yeah. Diane Downs. I don't even know what that is.
Are we allowed to laugh?
Every time. This is what she looks like.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
And that was the sketch that they put out for her trial.
She looks like that almost looks like Eileen Werner. I can't even say her name. Wernernos.
Eileen Wernos?
Yeah.
It kind of looked like a certain politician that I'm not going to say out loud with a wig on. I'm just saying. Yeah. But that one has got to be one of my favorite court sketches of all time.
I gotta find the actor that this guy looks like. Does anybody know who? It's almost, I think he is either like a lawyer in a show or a cop in a show.
Does he look like Better Call Saul? Saul Goodman? He does kind of have the Saul Goodman hair in this composite sketch.
It's kind of like bad.
I'm gonna have to think of it. No. Maybe it's a bad guy movie. Maybe a bad guy movie.
Serendipity kind of looks like
we're
Chad.
on the older Bob. Yes, that's what we're doing.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Phoenix. Okay. Oh shoot! No, I dropped my screen now. No, you're good. Okay, so let's go back.
Derail.
No, you're good. This will be a great story for Dateline. I can't wait till it all comes out with all the info. Well, I think there's going to be so much more that still needs to come out. We're talking
I think it's going to be
years of them having to figure out exactly what this guy has done. And I won't be surprised if they do have like the clusters.
Yeah.
A cluster from possibly down by Virginia and a possible cluster out
Where else
by
does he
Vegas.
live?
I'm not going to be surprised.
Where else
Well,
does
I
he
mean,
live?
his sister has ties to Pennsylvania. I think she also had ties to New Jersey. His ex-wife was from New Jersey, the first ex-wife. I do remember seeing something about because he was an architect. Oh, there's a good question. Because he was an architect. He also, and I might be wrong on this. I've seen some hubbub, so don't take this as fact or take it with a grain of salt. But I'd heard that he also had some connections with other architects, like in Massachusetts and like other states. He even had family living down in Cocoa Beach, Florida, as well. That he would travel down there.
And that's what I wonder if he was traveling.
Yeah.
Doing that type of work. That entire East Coast could potentially have links to him. I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying that's a possibility if he was traveling all this time, especially if they had potentially already had found bodies back in the mid to late 90s all the way through to 2010.
Yep.
So Percocet says they waited on Karen Vergata because of the New York City detective whose girlfriend implicated him and said they took Karen to Rex's house. Whose girlfriend implicated him and said they took Karen. The New York City detective and his girlfriend took Karen Vergata to Rex's house?
So this is per John Ray. You know who John Ray is,
That's the
T?
attorney.
That's the attorney, yeah. Because he had 4 people, I think it was 4 right now, 4 witnesses come forward and they did depositions a few months back.
Yeah,
he
also
that guy doesn't have a
in Vegas too, which opens up a whole nother playing field with potential sex workers in Vegas and having property there.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to end up being so much bigger than expected.
Okay, hold on. Marshall, did you say you broke your thumb? Because I've never heard of this kind of DNA. I'm thinking that you're talking about mitochondrial, or that you're talking about. I'm not sure exactly. They can only use matrimonial, which means marriage. Yeah, they have married DNA, so it eliminates half of the tree, so it's harder.
Wouldn't that be the whole tree?
That's not true. I don't know why they would only be able to use mitochondrial or anything. I don't know why they wouldn't be stuck to having to just use one.
Yeah.
The other thing too, I don't know if a lot of people know this either, but it was discovered as well that there's a law in New York where his DNA cannot be entered into a national database until they get a conviction.
Yeah.
Because I thought after hearing about his name in July of 2023, I'm thinking, dang, it's going to go into CODIS and we're going to start seeing things pop. And then I found the law.
Yep.
And I was like, wow, that's gonna put some red tape on that.
See, anyone think he's not the guy? That bail application is how an investigation is done. We haven't read through it yet. We're going to get there. First, we need to talk about how they found him. So we got to go through that part. So we went through the victims, the known victims, and the potential victims, but yet we know who they are. And then, so now we've got to go through how did they catch Rex Heuermann? What happens? Where does that come from? Oh, yeah. Absolutely massive.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody else said he was hunting in Alaska.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, salty tea. Oh, salty sweet tea.
Yeah, mitochondrial is from your mom. Yeah, I know that part. But I would say she said matrimonial, so it was funny. I took note because I had never heard of it. Matrimonial. Maybe he said it wrong, but because it would.
Matrimony is wedding.
Yeah, matrimony is wedding, and they would nothing to do with it. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe there's something I don't know about. He definitely isn't Bridge Guy. Are we sure? Are we sure? Has anybody done a comparison? Bigger. Are you sure?
I don't know.
We could do some putting things together here and see if he matches up.
I mean, was Bridge Guy like 6'7" and like 290 pounds?
No.
Anyone know?
Definitely wasn't an ogre.
Wasn't an ogre.
No. Okay, so let's go into how they catch Rex Heuermann. Let me find the which one of you guys wants to go through that?
She does. I'm really I knew a lot of the stuff about the Gilgo 4 to Shannan to all that. Sleuths has been the one that has been keeping me up to date on everything from his arrest on. So everything I know, she's told me.
So basically, to sum it up, because we would be going for days on this one, we will need the bail doc for the DNA because the
Right.
newer bail doc actually has a really good table breakdown of the DNA. But his DNA was found on some pizza.
Right, pizza crust.
Pizza
The
crust.
pizza crust. They
Yes.
took they had come across him. They ended up taking the pizza crust, the box of pizza, as you guys can see on the screen, and tested the DNA from the pizza crust, and it matched the DNA that they had found on, one of the victims. So that's how they ended up actually catching him, was through pizza crust. But I mean, they are already onto him anyway, obviously, because they got there was a reason they went and got the pizza. But when he's initially arrested, he's charged with 3.
Yeah.
He's only charged with Melissa, Megan, and Amber. They don't add any more charges, so he's charged with the first-degree murder and second-degree murder of those 3. So they were the Gilgo 4, but he only gets charged with 3 of the 4. And then they add on Maureen. So she gets added after the fact. Hold on, let me go back over here.
And like Bob said, they also revisited like old, he had it up here. They revisited old leads. So Amber Costello had a roommate. I think his name was Dave. And there was a ruse that they had set up with some of their clients where they would basically get someone to come in and he would jump out and pretend to be the boyfriend or the husband of Amber. So basically the guy would pay her and then he'd run off scared half to death. So they did this ruse on Rex. And the next day, or I think it was that night. Was it that night, Mal, that he texted her and he said that was mean? No.
No.
That is a very good question.
I believe it was, I can't remember if it was that night, but he messages her and he says that's mean. He basically gets her to come to him for $1,500. She tells Dave, hey, I'm leaving. I'm going to meet up with the client. And he says $1,500. That seems kind of high, but doesn't think anything of it.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So he actually seen Rex.
Yep.
He said he was that's where we got the word ogre. So Dave was the man that like said ogre, oval style glasses, drives a green Chevy pickup truck, a dark green Chevy pickup truck.
Was this the Avalanche?
Yes.
Okay.
That's one of the avalanches.
One of them. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I didn't want to go back through the whole thing. So, but hold on. I do have it up. This is the original doc for his bail application. Hold on. Gambies is like, pizza did this guy in? Yeah, the first charge was in July of 2023 for Maureen, in January, and now the 2 others. I thought he was first charged with the 3 and then the 1.
Yeah.
Am I wrong on that?
No.
Okay.
Which one? Sorry.
You're fine. There's
No,
never
he was-
been a more accurate description of a perp.
Yeah. All you had to do
See-
is be green.
We got to go back to the belt because I forgot the belt. Can somebody go back to the belt while I pull this up?
What's that?
The belt.
Oh, the belt that was found on Maureen?
Yeah, and we were going to go back to the belt, and then I forgot to go back to the belt.
Okay, so the belt was found on Maureen Bernard Barnes. I believe it was actually tied to her legs. And the belt had the initials. Do you have the belt picture?
I do.
Okay. HM or WH is what, when they first came out with it, that was from the first, was it in 2020? See, my times are all bad now because it's been so long, but they asked the public to help look for if that matched to anything anybody knew. So people were racking their brains trying to figure it out. So when he was arrested, I mean, WH is his grandfather's name, William Heuermann. So it's been said throughout the groups and on Twitter that that belt may have belonged to Rex Heuermann's grandfather, William Heuermann. That belt was found tied to Maureen Bernard Barnes, who was the victim of 07. She was one of the original Gilgo 4 that were fully intact, wrapped in burlap. He was just recently, I believe, I'm sorry if my dates are off, I believe this past January, he was brought up on charges against her for her death.
Right. Yeah. So there was 3, then 1, now 2 more. So there's a total of 6 that he's been charged with completely.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. There should be the other one for Maureen, and I don't think I have that one. Is there another bail application for Maureen? I don't think I have.
I think there is, but I think, let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Really quick, I do want to do a sidebar really fast with the whole ogre thing. When I first seen Rex, before the bail doc was dropped, I said he looked like Peter Griffin. Just saying.
Let me take this down.
I could see that.
Let me see if I can find the other one really quick. Because this is the first one. But there should be one more for Maureen. And I'll put all these in the chat too. This is the June 2024 one, and then there's that one. Hold on.
Here's what's this?
Yeah, there should be one. I don't have that one. I was trying to find it, but I don't have that one for Maureen. So this is the initial one that when he's initially arrested, and it talks about that he's charged with Melissa's, Megan's, and Amber's, and there's 2 counts for each. So he's got 6 charges, and then they go through. I don't know how much time you guys have. I don't know if you guys want me to read this one first, or if that's enough, and we should just go to the new one. You want me to go? I can just go through, like, we kind of went through a lot of the details in here, and I haven't read this since last year, so I don't remember exactly where all the info is.
I just sent you the one. I think they just ended up adding on a section
to the original.
Because there's like 2 little stars, and it goes through the first victims, and then if you go all the way down to where it has the 3 little stars, it says, "Today, defendant Rex Heuermann stands before his court charged by the grand jury in a superseding indictment, which incorporates not only the above counts, but the additional charge of murder in the 2nd degree for Maureen Brainerd Barnes." So.
Okay, you sent me that one?
Yep.
Okay. So I think most people want to just go to the new one, so we can.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, like, that's just the little part. So I'm pretty sure that they just added in that little part.
All right, I'm gonna grab it.
It's like, let me see, it's only on page 2, and it's just literally a little thing.
Did you email it to me or send it to me
on Facebook in Messenger? Sorry,
I don't have it.
It's still sending. Hang on.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that, really quick, I just have a question. So he was charged, obviously, with the 3, and then they tacked on Maureen's case as the 4th, right? Well, now we have these other 2. Are they going to try all of the cases together in one trial, or is it going to be broken up into 2 trials? I need to know.
Do you think they keep putting it off until they... It'd be stupid, I think, to keep putting it off. Just because you never know when it's actually going to end.
Yeah.
So, here's this part here. So this was the beginning of it here. The bail application. If you scroll down, it has all of them on here. But then if you go down to here, it just has like right here, the murder in the 2nd degree for Maureen.
Okay, so they just add it in and they put that same thing out. This you're 32.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
can we do a poll to see who thinks he's guilty? Sure. For me, this is going to be one of those that I'm going to be more interested in the psychology and the amount of victims versus whether I am trying to figure out whether he did it or not. I'm just going to tell you the truth right now. But sure, we can do a poll.
Am I still up on the screen? I am. Okay, I'm just making sure that you guys are watching me. Not that you need to be, but so yeah, they just added in, I think, because if you go to like page 5, it goes on to it says, indeed, his wife and children were out of state during Maureen's disappearance. I'm also curious what your guys' thoughts are on his wife.
Mm.
I'm
Do
just
you want my
curious.
public opinion, or do you want me to tell you in private?
Say it out loud, and then I have to answer the phone quick, but I'm listening.
I don't think she had physical involvement, obviously. Because, I mean, if you look at a lot of these women, I mean, Peaches, June, Jessica Taylor, July, September, like kind of right before kids go to school or when they're in the summertime. So I don't think she had physical involvement, but I do feel that she had to have had some sort of idea, possibly.
She had to have.
Had to have.
She's one of the wives, and I hate saying that. I would be so surprised if she doesn't. She's going to be one I would be surprised if she doesn't. Just because everything's done, it's very different than like a BTK who goes out and does this and says, "Oh yeah, I'm at work," like 2 hours later. Like this is all happening like in her home. Well, she may be gone, yes, but it's still happening in her home.
Like you wouldn't notice something's off.
Different for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we covered the victims that are. Oh, we didn't. You want to go into? I guess we should go into the newest victim that we didn't actually know about. We didn't talk about her before we
Sandra
go into.
Castilla.
Yeah, you want to talk about her just a little bit because we're going to end up talking about her in the document anyway.
Okay, so let me pull up Raul's map. Do you have his map still, T?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Because I want people to see where she was found in connection to, obviously, the Gilgo 4, the other bodies after they found the Gilgo 4, and then they have an idea of Manorville to where Sandra Castilla was found in 93. Because I think that's important for people to see, like, location, the locality. Because,
okay, you just showed me this, and I'm not going to know where to go.
So go east, northeast.
Okay, so anybody who's remembering, this is where the majority of the victims are found, right here. Hence the name where it comes to Gilgo Beach serial killer, and then we get Long Island serial killer. So, okay, so I'm going east. Yep, going east.
The other way, I mean.
God damn it!
I hate this inverted thing.
It's not. It's me. It's not you. It's not really inverted.
It's me. Okay, we'll stop real quick.
That's from the Karen Reed case.
It's not you. It's me. Okay, really quick before you keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
Scooch back west a little bit.
Okay.
See the two hearts right next to each other? The light, that's Manorville. So that's Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack.
Right.
So now you got to go east. A little bit east. You'll see a red by itself, a red circle right by North Shore, North Sea. There you go. That's Sandra Castilla.
Okay. Like not in the realm of. So we got the partial remains of 2 victims here. And then we're looking at over
where
here.
All those red hearts are. Yeah. The red circles with the hearts. There's Gilgo.
And there's Gilgo. And now we're up here.
Yes. And yes, Bob, this is Raul's work.
Amazing, right?
It's amazing. This helps me to see it better.
This is, yeah, it's a beautifully done piece of work here. Okay, so she was found in 1993. She was from Queens, found at Fish Cove Road in North Sea. She was Hispanic, 5'2", 145 pounds. So this is an interesting one, and we could do a whole nother episode on just this information, but she was actually connected to 2 other victims that were prostitutes and actually had a gentleman who was convicted of killing them. And now I'm trying to remember that guy's name.
Are you talking about John Bitroff?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he was convicted of killing these other 2 women. And even though they say that Sandra was not known to be a sex worker, they say that her lifestyle was very similar. And so there's a man that's arrested for killing these other 2 women and was suspected of killing her. I mean, like, if you go back in history on all the articles and everything about his arrest, she is named as one of his potential victims.
Many people believed it. Yeah.
Is he still alive, the other guy?
Yeah. John Bitroff,
jail?
he's 57 years old. He was born in 66. So Rex Heuermann was born in 64. John Bitroff, 66.
And he's still in jail?
Yep. He's still in prison. His attorneys actually just filed an appeal.
I was just going to say,
yeah.
that's going to bring a lot of doubt into his things because, yeah, sorry. I'm back, by the way.
Well, welcome back. Yeah, so I'll show you a picture of him. So it's just so mind-blowing that they actually already had somebody arrested and were assuming that he was actually the killer of this person, and now it's connected to Gilgo. So what does that mean for this John that's convicted of these 2? Did he not do it? Is there 2 people out there, like we were talking about with Shannan Gilbert, is there 2 people out there that are killing prostitutes? But how, I mean, she's physically connected to these other 2 people.
Well, in his
picture,
one of the and I'm going to say her last name wrong, Tangretti. Okay. She was found November 2nd, 1993. So that's where I think a lot of people started putting the puzzle pieces in their minds, put puzzle pieces together, because Sandra Costello was found in November of 1993. So you have that. And then I believe the daughter of Bitroff was reportedly best friends with Melissa Bartholomew as well. I don't know if this is all factual. I have seen some hubbub about connections of the victims to the Gilgo victims and to Rita.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where a lot of doubt comes into play too, as far as, is John Bitroff connected to the 2 murders or is he not?
Well, and I think it also could bring into the conversation, yes, Rex is potentially responsible for a lot of this, but is there some type of ring of some kind as well that's just going on in this area too, where different people could potentially be connected to each other and knowing that the others are doing it as well? Because that could be why there's so much overlap in all of these victims.
Yeah. It's very plausible.
This is very deep. This is not this is going to go on for a very long time.
Well, and then you bring in what's his face, the one guy.
I don't know which guy. Which one?
The one guy that just got caught with his pants down at the thing. The cop.
Are you talking about Burke?
Yes.
Chief Burke.
Oh, Chief Burke.
That's a whole other craziness
that's my
right
point.
there.
It's the same type of thing where was there different people potentially within all of this that are aware of
trapped in this case for the rest of my life, aren't you?
Welcome to the dark side, T.
Yeah.
It's a really crazy case.
Sleuths Investigate has wanted me to cover Lisk, since he was arrested.
Since July of 2023.
I think we were actually talking about covering it before he was even arrested, just covering the murders themselves.
Because the thing about me,
it's just a lot. It's a lot. I'll never leave it. I like to cover a bunch of different stuff. And
see, the thing about me is, like, I am a huge, like, cold case person. Those are the things I like, get very, very, very passionate about, is cold cases and serial killers.
A new series. Yay!
Yay, T. Welcome to the Lisk side of things. It's a crazy case.
I was actually going to do a whole thingy that you do on it.
Like a Prezi?
Yes.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Oh, Mal, you got to do it.
I was gonna do like an entire
do it?
one from the beginning to everything that's happened and everyone that's like interactive.
Can we do one together?
Yes.
No, I don't really want to work with you guys.
Yeah, I don't really like you either. So,
Yes.
but I mean,
Yeah.
on Prezi, we can both work on the same thing.
I was joking.
Well, I
Wait,
know
you
that, but I'm
can?
telling you. Yeah, like if
In
you
real
want to
time,
work
though?
on it, yes, in real time.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I have a big account. I just add people to it, and then we can all work on the same thing.
Oh, I say we do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I haven't
hey,
even
listen,
finished
think about it
Delphi
this way.
study.
We got a lot of time before trial.
I can do all the background.
Can we
Yes.
do watch parties in Discord? Well, so here, ironically, here's two people who are going to have to end up helping with the Discord because it's more technology that I don't.
Yep.
I'm getting better. I've been playing around in other people's Discords trying to figure out what they do.
Well, and I'm going to say this, T. I'm very proud of you with Twitter because you have not been on Twitter much, but your article on Karen Reed,
Oh, I did.
you got to
I
share
got
that with the
dropped
class.
I got dropped in the Barstool, the Barstool article
Yeah.
for Twitter
Ooh.
on
Look at
Karen Reed.
you.
I know, it's kind of cool, huh? I was like,
Big,
hey,
big deal.
for somebody who
Teresa
doesn't tweet,
retweeted me the other day.
Yeah, someone who doesn't tweet at all.
somebody who's not good at it, I'm like, hey, guess I did something right there. Jen said she'll help too. Okay.
I
I'm
love
just
it.
not, I don't know how to do all the things. Like Bob's got his set up all cool, like where you can, like it gives you like notifications of like certain channels when they drop videos and they go live. And I'm like, oh God, that's like way advanced. That's like level 9 Discord shit that I don't know how to do.
I don't think I'm in Bob's Discord. That's a
Yeah, it's kind
problem.
of crazy.
I need to figure out how to get in that thing.
I can help you. I'll invite you.
Okay, invite me. Because I'm in Icked and Recovery Addicts, and my God, their stuff is going all the time.
Okay, I'm not an Icked so you need to invite me to that.
I'll send you Icked. I love Discord.
I'll share the link. Let me see. So I don't want to get too far off topic and go into Karen Reed because I can do that one all day too. I legit don't have enough hours of the day as it is, and then there's just so many things like I want to talk about, and I'm like, how am I going to figure this out in my life?
Well, it's so crazy because I feel like there's times with us like true crime people, it's almost like you feel like there's a dry spell in true crime, and then next thing you know, you turn around and there's Chad Daybell, there's Karen Reed, there's Lisk, there's Delphi, there's this, and you're like, dang man, like I can't catch a break now. How do I cover all of this?
You miss one day, then you're behind everywhere.
Yes.
Why did I
True-
think
true
that said
statement.
naked?
Naked.
So
Nude.
it's barstoolsports.com. They cover Karen's case.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm trying to get back to. I now have too many damn tabs open, so I'll drop the link in here. Why did it not do that?
Ironically,
they're talking.
Portnoy has a dog named Miss Peaches.
Hopefully that comes out. Somebody's gonna have to tell me if that link works because it might be too many characters. I hate streaming.
It looks like it did.
But anyway, okay. So anyway, they cover Karen Reed's case, and they're talking about the whole point of this freaking Sallyport video. It was to try to prove to the jury that nobody tampered with Karen Reed's taillight, and then come to find out the damn thing's inverted. And ultimately, the video they show in the courtroom skips. I have a full video on it that I'm still working on. I'm going through like all the glitches still, so I'm going to put that out too. But I did a short, and there's a short on the channel, and then I took that video and I put it on Twitter, which I was like, all right, I'll throw some stuff on Twitter. Yeah, so they dropped it in here.
Look at that.
It says the video appears to have been doctored with time jumps, missing footage, people popping in and out of the frame like they've been teleported. And so here you go, almost 4 minutes splice from the Sallyport video in the Karen Reed case. The time jump proves it.
Damn.
So there's my little video.
I know her.
I was like, hey,
I know who that is.
I know her.
yeah, pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I thought honestly, I was just I was like, my Twitter did something.
I've been on Twitter since 2008. Teresa's been on it for 2 weeks and she's already getting recognized.
I had a Twitter for a very long time. I just am not, I don't really use it. But anyway, so not to get too far off topic, but I was pretty pleased that something from Twitter made something. I couldn't get into Read. I knew my mental health would take a nosedive. Those of you who do Read and Delphi, major props to you. My head would explode. Yeah, try to add fucking Liskin to it and see what happens.
Then you start mixing it. Remember, Teresa, when I told you like months ago, your brain is like a 15-lane highway?
It is.
Now it's going to be like a 1,000-lane highway with Rex.
That's probably why I don't do it.
You're going to come up with so many theories, think you're outlandish, question yourself, maybe even have a conversation with yourself all the time about this case.
He does that anyways.
I do that anyways.
Yeah.
So okay, let's go to the document. We'll do this. I am trying to get into list. That one is fascinating to me. So make sure that my suggestion is to watch Malicious Intent's playlist on the victims. It's here. I'm going to grab the link for it again. They're very well organized, very well done, and they're not super long. So it's not like you're taking like your entire life to go through it, which is sometimes how I feel when I'm trying to play catch up.
Yeah. And I did, so I started it off with Shannan's case, because when Shannan went missing, it was what obviously led to the finding of the first victims. And from there, I kind of did it just based on the different, like when they were found, each one individually, except for the final few, which would be what Peaches, Toddler Doe, Asian Male Doe, Fire Island Jane Doe. All of those were one because there was not a ton of background information. So on my channel, I try to focus on the victims, who they were as people, because I think it's important to like connect a victim with being an actual person and not just a story. So that's why I gave them each their own thing to kind of give the background, who they were. A lot of them were parents. A lot of them were mothers.
Right.
And yeah, there's a lot more to it, but then it all kind of brings into then where they were found. I have pictures and videos of where they were found. Some of the 911 calls are on there as well. So yeah, don't judge me too hard on them.
No, I thought you did a great job.
No, you did really good.
Remember them. After I do them, I kind of like erase it from my mind because I like focus so hard on it that I'm like, okay, it's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and like you said, in my opinion, how you did your videos, you humanize the victims. You're rehumanizing them. You're telling their story, and you're not just making it sound like it's a news article off of like a major outlet. You're actually humanizing these victims again.
It's very true. But I think my appreciation is even, I'm going to go one more level above that, because there's a lot of channels, and I don't want to go off on a really big tangent because I could do this one for hours. There's a lot of channels that get really mad when people are talking about cases in a more critical manner. And I don't mean bad. I mean like with critical thinking, like looking at all sides of the coin, like anything from prosecutors, anything from defense, anything from investigators. And so a lot of channels that are, in my opinion, like victim advocate type of channels get really mad at other channels who just are actually talking about the crime itself, telling the story of the crime. You are one of the, and this is why I really wanted you to have a channel, because you're one of the very few people that I've ever listened to in all the years on YouTube that has the ability to advocate for victims, make them back into people versus a victim, and yet still do it with the true crime foresight. And that probably comes from you having like your forensic psychology degree, is that you do see both sides of that coin. You see the fact that yes, they are victims of a crime, so I need to tell the story of the crime, but I also need to make sure that people understand who they were and what their life was, and that they're not just victims of a crime. And you don't judge other people for how they want to present the information.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I
So you
appreciate
kind of
that.
fall
Yeah.
into that middle category that I think is very necessary. And I'm more into the true crime story of things. And it brings me back to like remembering, like, okay, these people did have families. They are moms. They are, you know, they are daughters. They are sisters.
Yeah.
So that's my love of you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I try. It's definitely hard, and I know recently it's been a lot harder. And then obviously with my mom getting hurt, I haven't been around as much. But I've been keeping up in the background, but I'm also the type of person where it's like if I'm gonna cover a case, I need to make sure that I have all the information, I have a presentation, I know all the information, and I can tell it while also giving light to who they were as people. So I think one of the best way to get someone hooked on a story is by, you know, humanizing them and getting people to realize these were real people. And if you care about someone, you know, and you're like, oh, this person's favorite show was Friends. My favorite show is Friends. It's going to give you that one more little connection that's going to allow you to understand it, you know? So
I fully agree. And you might even have, like, I think Megan Waterman and I were born in the same year. Like, we would have been the same age. It's crazy.
Wow.
And I
That
think
is
Amber
crazy.
Costello is like the same age as my oldest sister, but Rex Heuermann is the same age as my dad.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Phoenix said Friends is awesome. It's fucking awesome. And it's everybody's favorite show.
It should be. I love Friends.
My husband won't do it.
Pivot?
Smelly cat, smelly cat. What are they feeding you? Okay. See, this is what happens on this channel as we go in different directions, but we come back in the end. And so this is the new document that came out yesterday. Was it yesterday? Hi, honey. Welcome home. How you feeling?
sorry. I keep having to come and go. I keep getting phone calls, and then my sister just stopped over to
take
pee
daytime
because
medicine.
Cosmic's bathroom is closed. And my life's a mess. So just ignore me if I keep coming and going.
Oh, you were good.
You're fine. So it looks like maybe they added this. Oh, this makes sense then. I guess I didn't even read the beginning of it. They just added more to the one yesterday?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay.
Yep.
Because now we have Melissa, here's Megan, here's Amber. And that's Melissa, Megan, and Amber again. And then
They
here's
both
Maureen.
had first and second degree, right?
Yeah, so they did. They're just continuously adding to the same thing, it looks like.
Yep.
Okay, makes sense then. So we kind of do have the whole thing. It makes sense.
Yep.
I got you now. So here's the newest. So today, Rex Heuermann stands before this court charged by grand jury with the indictment of murder in the second degree of Jessica Taylor and murder in the second degree of Sandra Castillo. I cannot say her name. I want to call her Castillo, and it's not. It's Castilla. On or about and between November 19th and 20th of 93 for Sandra and July 21st, 26th of 2003 for Jessica Taylor.
Damn.
The people filed a, hold on. Okay.
Dizzy said.
Page 20 is the new stuff.
Yep. I wasn't sure if you were into those comments or not.
No, not at all. So it's hard to tell because on StreamYard nothing gets deleted, but
yeah,
so I had to double check because I didn't know if anybody had done it yet. Okay, so here we go. Which occurred. So this is the July 24th. Okay, that's good that they're just adding everything to the same ones. So the 2003 and 2011 discovery of human remains of Jessica Taylor. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. 2 additional counts, both the defendant Heuermann's indictment on additional charges as it pertains to now a 5th and a 6th victim. The serious and heinous nature of these serial murders, the planning and forethought that went into these crimes, the strength of the people's case, the length of incarceration the defendant faces upon conviction, the extended period of time that this defendant was able to avoid apprehension, fucking crazy, and the remaining facts set forth herein and contained within Exhibit A, the people remain steadfast that the only means to ensure that defendant Rex Heuermann's return to court is to remand him without bail. Okay, so the 2003 and 2011 discovery of the human remains of Jessica Taylor. Remember, there was part of her that was found further northeast, and then the other parts were found in on Gilgo Beach. So on or about July 26, 2003, an individual whose identity is known to law enforcement as Witness 1 was walking his or her dog just west of Halsey Manor Road, Manorville. At the time, Witness 1 observed what appeared to be human remains, which prompted him or her to call 911. Upon arrival, members of the CSPD observed the remains of a female later identified as Jessica Taylor. Miss Taylor was found lying on her back with her legs bent underneath her. Notably, the victim was decapitated, and both of Miss Taylor's arms had been severed from her body below her elbows. Moreover, a tattoo on the victim's torso had been severely obliterated by a sharp object. Investigators believe the mutilation of the victim's tattoo, decapitation of her head, and the dismemberment of Miss Taylor's arms were acts perpetrated by Rex Heuermann. We looked this up, Sleuth. What is it? It's basically like, yeah, I know, but what is it? What did it? It's like all inclusive.
It's all inclusive. It further adds to.
Yeah, something like that. Inhibit the identification. It's just a, freaking, they love Latin in court.
Oh,
Inhibit
among other things.
Among other things, that's what it is. So, like, perpetrated by Rex Heuermann, among other things, inhibit the identification of the victim via facial recognition, fingerprints, and/or tattoo identification. During the initial investigation in Manorville in 2003, the victim's head, arms, and hands were not found at the scene, and their location remained unknown to law enforcement for approximately 8 years. Cindy said, do you know, or could you find out why he was charged with first-degree murder in the original 3 charges, but not for the one since? It may have to do with just the evidence that they have compiled, but yeah, I'll look at it.
And I think Tierney as well in the presser yesterday explained it a little bit better about why the 2 were second degree.
Okay. On March 29th in 2011, Miss Taylor's skull, hands, and forearm were discovered along Ocean Parkway, just east of Gilgo Beach, Suffolk County, New York. Notably, Miss Taylor's remains were located on the same side of the road where Maureen, Melissa, Megan, and Amber, the Gilgo 4, had been found just several months prior in December of 2010. Each of the Gilgo 4 victims, as well as the skull, hands, and forearm of Miss Taylor, were recovered on the same side of the road and at a depth of within 50 feet from the edge of the parkway. Furthermore, Miss Taylor's remains were located less than a mile from where the Gilgo 4 were discovered. So here's the image on the following page. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then up here is Jessica Taylor's. Hi, Charmaine.
I was also going to say too, her torso was only found about a half a mile from where Valerie Mack's torso was found as well, which he has not been charged with Valerie Mack as of yet. So
yet is the absolute key word there.
Yet.
Yep.
It has something to do with the amount of time that has passed.
Yeah, the amount of time that law has passed for him to be charged with second degree versus first.
Oh.
He explained it a little bit better because New York is a little bit weird for me.
Murder at any time. Murder doesn't have a statute of limitations.
I remember it was something with time. You guys got to watch the presser because he explained it.
I watched the beginning of it, but I need to finish it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the information relevant to the disappearance of Jessica Taylor. Jessica Taylor was last seen on or about July 19th in 2003 in New York City. The investigation to date has established that in July of 2003, Miss Taylor was working as a sex worker in the area of Midtown Manhattan. On July 21st, 2003, at approximately 8:41 p.m., Miss Taylor utilized her cell phone to speak to her mother. Based on witness interviews and an analysis of telephone records, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force has learned that the 2 spoke for approximately 7 minutes. During that call, Miss Taylor had arranged to visit her mother on July 25th. So this is July 19th, or no, July 21st. Okay, July 21st. So she's supposed to go see her mom on July 25th for her birthday. Less than 2 hours later, at approximately 10:22 p.m., the phone placed an outgoing call, which lasted approximately 2 minutes. Thereafter, the phone records reveal no further outgoing calls or accepted incoming calls. On or about July 25th, when her daughter failed to arrive at her house or answer the phone calls, her mom notified law enforcement. At the time of Miss Taylor's disappearance, Rex worked in the same vicinity as where Miss Taylor was known to, quote-unquote, street walk. Records seized during the execution of prior search warrants reveal that Heuermann was in fact present in Midtown Manhattan on July 21st of 2003, the same day that Miss Taylor disappeared. On July 26, 2003, and in the days after, members of the SCPD canvassed the area around Halsey Manor Road, Manorville, in the vicinity of where Miss Taylor's remains had been found. As a result, investigators spoke to a witness who had, on July 25th, at approximately 10:30 p.m., observed a dark-colored Chevy pickup truck backed into the same wooded area where Miss Taylor's body was later found. Based upon their investigation, law enforcement determined that these observations would have occurred approximately 13 hours before Witness 1's 911 call. Notably, the investigation to date has established that defendant Heuermann purchased a 2002 dark-colored Chevy Avalanche pickup truck. Remember, there's multiple Avalanches in this story. On or about March 22nd of 2002, so about a year and a couple months prior, from Ramp Chevrolet in Port Jefferson. Accordingly, in Port Jefferson Station. Accordingly, on July 25th, 2003, at 10:30 p.m., defendant Heuermann would have been in possession of a vehicle matching the description of the one observed in the vicinity where Miss Taylor's remains had been found. A forensic analysis of Rex Digital Services devices also revealed the following. One, that on or about July 28, 2003, Rex accessed a Newsday article entitled "Cops Seek Help in IDing Manorville Body" regarding the discovery of Miss Taylor's human remains. That online activity was subsequently deleted. They're finding his information from his electronics dating back to 2003.
Yes. And not everything's deleted, folks.
Well, I mean, it is deleted, but they still find it.
They can still pull it. It's deleted for us, but not the FBI.
Right?
Isn't that terrifying? So if you guys got an old Palm Pilot from like 1999, 2000,
okay,
you got something bad on there?
Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Do a Higgins. So I have a question though. This Avalanche is the one that ends up at his brother's house in South Carolina.
I think so, because it's the dark one. Because they show a blue one too. Yeah. So so he had the dark green one. But here's the thing that's interesting though. If you go into Google Earth and you type in 101st 5th Street or 5th Avenue or whatever the Massapequa house is, it shows the green Chevy Avalanche in like 2012 in the driveway or near the driveway. So I'm confused about the Chevys. The dark green one is in, if you go to Google Maps, because you can go through like the time, like 07, you see the green one in front of the house. So I'm a little confused by that.
It was the statute of limitations for filing first-degree murder. Okay,
I don't know if that's I paid attention, but I'm not going to. Okay, I don't want to bust on Tierney. I think the man is amazing, but I will say this. He gives me anxiety when he talks because he says a lot. So it's hard for me to retain what he's saying. Just my own two cents.
First-degree murder does not have a statute of limitations in any state that I know of. Yes.
There was something about timeline though with
it's the statute of limitations listed in the current portion of New York Code. Some offenses such as rape and murder have no statute of limitations.
Look what Nancy said though.
Murder in the first and second degree, no statute of limitations. Arson, first degree, no statute. Conspiracy, first degree, no statute. Kidnapping, first degree, no statute. There's no statute of limitations. Let me see. Do any states have a statute of limitations on homicide? No, most states do not have a statute of limitation for murder, which is a felony offense. This means that prosecutors can file charges for murder at any time. I've never heard of any state, but I mean, obviously there's shit that I don't know, but there should be no statute. I'll listen to him. I'll listen to the presser and see what I think.
Yeah, it's when a reporter asks him a question. So it's after he gives his whole thing. A reporter actually asks him why second degree murder, not why not first.
Okay, so who did you want me to see? It was time in between kills, as he put it. What? All right, I'll dig more into it so I can pull up the actual statutes that he's referring to, because that's off the cuff, I have no idea.
It doesn't
You
make
think
sense.
people just like saying the word statute? Bless you, Phoenix. Bless you.
Okay,
Somebody
really
at the
quick,
time
T,
for
I'm going to
filing.
send you a picture
Okay.
through Facebook. Give me a second here. I hope this screenshot came out good, because Google Maps is blurry, very grainy from old stuff. Okay, I sent you. So this, according to Google Earth, this was what Rex Heuermann's house looked like in October of 2007. Keep in mind, this would have been around the time that Maureen Bernard Barnes was murdered. Not
Where did you
in
send
October, but in this year. Did it send?
Where did you send it? So I know where to look.
In our club.
Okay. Like in our gardening spot. Okay.
Our gardening club.
I got you. But what color is the one that he bought that he had recently?
So the one the one that they just picked up in 2023?
Yes.
Black. That's green. That's the one I believe Dave Scheller saw.
That's green?
Yep, it was a dark green.
This is a 2023 Google picture.
No, it says copyright, but when you go back through, scroll, look.
Oh, October
2007.
That's green?
Dark green.
Yeah, maybe. I don't have my glasses on.
Well, if you see the one, okay, so if you see the pictures from when they went down to South Carolina to take the truck from his brother's property, that's green, dark green, just like the one in that picture.
Yeah. I just don't see that one being dark green, but I believe you.
Yeah.
But he has another one from before that we don't know about yet in the document.
Correct. Yep.
So there's at least 3 avalanches that are connected to Rex Heuermann.
Yeah.
Okay, so a forensic analysis of his where you read that. Rex conducted an internet search for here we go. Rex conducted an internet search for a new Chevy Avalanche despite his 2002 Avalanche being just over 1 year old. The analysis further shows that Heuermann also attempted to delete this search for a new vehicle. Notably, this activity occurred just days after Miss Taylor was discovered and just days after witness observed a vehicle matching the physical description of Heuermann's leaving the scene. The one that he took to South Carolina is the green one. So here's when he buys a new one. And then here's his searches. Here's the blue one you're about to see. So finally, while the make and model of the vehicle Heuermann searched for is the same as his 2002, the exterior color is different. It is blue, as well as another in Summit White, which are significantly brighter exterior paint offerings by Chevy when compared to his dark green 2002 Chevy Avalanche.
Is this a really good vehicle?
I will say, look at the price. Go back up to that purchase thing, Teresa, and look at the MSRP of that truck in 2003.
Yeah.
$40K. In 2003, $40,000.
Damn.
You know, I'm going to have to argue that this Google search could very well be inaccurate if I am in the Karen Reed case. So finally, one of them. Hair is recovered from the remains of Jessica Taylor. So during the course of this investigation, Miss Taylor's body was examined by a forensic scientist with the Suffolk County Crime Lab, which revealed that Miss Taylor had been decapitated, dismembered at her arms below her elbows, and revealed irregular disruption, oh my God, of the victim's nipples and the obliteration of her tattoo. Irregular disruption? Hold on, there's a footnote. Witnesses from the Suffolk County medical examiner had determined that the irregular disruption of the victim's nipples did not occur naturally, and one possible cause of such disruption is the post-mortem mutilation of the victim's nipples. This makes me curious if she had a piercing.
Oh, if he ripped the piercings out?
Yeah.
Could be.
That, or wait till you get to his list with the electric clamps.
Okay. Where was I? During the examination of Miss Taylor's body, a male human hair was recovered, specifically from a surgical drape that had been underneath the victim. A subsequent examination of the male hair underneath Taylor led to the determination that it was a human head hair with Caucasian European characteristics. However, it was, based on the DNA testing capabilities at that lab, unsuitable for further DNA testing at the time. On or about August 24th of 2023, the task force brought a cutting of the male hair underneath Taylor to an outside forensics laboratory, will be referred to as Lab 2, which specializes in forensic mitochondrial analysis. On or about February 1st, 2024, the second lab issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from the male hair underneath Taylor, or Jessica Taylor, and the profile developed from the defendant's buccal swab, are the same. Specifically, at a rate that would, as per the EMPOP database, exclude 99.96% of the North American population as the contributor of said hair recovered underneath the decapitated and dismembered remains of Jessica Taylor. While 99.96% of the North American population can be excluded as the contributor of the hair, Heuermann cannot be excluded as the contributor of the hair. On or about March 8th of 2024, the Gilgo task force brought a cutting of the male hair underneath Taylor and a DNA extract of Heuermann's buccal swab to an outside independent laboratory, previously referred to in Exhibit A as Forensic Laboratory 1, which applies DNA techniques and direct genome sequencing in difficult-to-solve forensic casework and the identification of human remains. On or about April 29, 2024, Lab 1 issued a report indicating it had developed a nuclear DNA profile for not only the male underneath Taylor, but also for Rex Heuermann's buccal swab. Lab 1 was then able to conduct a 1-to-1 autosomal nuclear DNA comparison between the profiles to his SNP, which resulted in the conclusion that the DNA profile generated from the hair was 1.83. So this is like the bazillions, octillions times more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to Rex Heuermann's SNP, which is a SNP profile, is what they call it, a genotype file, than from an unrelated individual. Essentially, the hair has to be Rex's or an identical twin to Rex. Based on the foregoing, it is significant that the two forensic laboratories have now independently determined that the aforementioned hair recovered from the surgical drape underneath the remains of Jessica Taylor are substantially more likely to have derived from a person genetically identical to, there you go, Rex Heuermann's mitochondrial and nuclear profiles, which provides further support that Heuermann murdered, dismembered, decapitated, and transported the remains of Jessica Taylor to Manorville and Gilgo Beach until the victim's remains were ultimately discovered in July 23 and March of 2011, respectively. Holy shit.
It's a lot.
Hi, Ruckus.
I did send you more pictures of the avalanche.
Okay.
So you
Let me
can
go
see
grab
the one that they got in 2012. So not from 2012, the one he purchased, I believe in 2012 or 2011. That's the most recent one that they took from the house in July of 2023.
Okay.
And then the
four
green
then.
one at the brothers.
That makes 4 avalanches.
See, I'm confused. Is it 3 or 4?
Well, because there's one from before I'm almost positive it's going to be 4, but okay, hold on. So now he goes back to the dark one.
Yep.
All right, let me show one of these. Hold on. And to answer Gamby's, they don't know who the toddler is, but they know that the toddler is
Her DNA matches to Peaches.
Is Peach's baby.
Yeah.
So they don't know who Peaches is. What Peaches is just her nickname based on her tattoo, which is also interesting that he leaves her tattoo intact, but Jessica Taylor, he mutilates it.
Well, I wonder though, because Jessica Taylor's tattoo was a red heart with angel wings and it said Remy's Angel written across it. So I almost wonder if it's because it had names associated with it, that's why he potentially did it, versus just a picture of a peach, which still is identifiable, obviously, but I'm just wondering if maybe that had a difference.
Well, and I also think too,
not identifiable. Nobody's identified her.
Well, and I think the other thing too that probably scared the crap out of Rex was law enforcement did put out her tattoo in a magazine, and there was a tattoo artist up in Connecticut that said, "I did her tattoo."
Right.
So I think that scared the crap out of Rex.
Mm-hmm.
And was like, if I have any IDs, because remember you'll see it in the bail doc, but his Windows file that he made that he thought he deleted that they were able to recover. It talks about removing tattoos and marks. So I think he got spooked by that tattoo artist that came out and said, I remember her. She was a Black girl or biracial. She had family. She said, and I can't remember what he said, but he said she was either from Bronx or Long Island, I believe. And she was up in Connecticut getting a tattoo. So I think he got scared. That's why he switched the trucks. Yeah.
Let's see.
So wait, so Peaches was before Jessica Taylor? When was Peaches reported missing?
So Peaches, so you have Karen Vergata, who was February 14th of 1996. Then you have Peaches, June of 1997.
Yep.
Then you may have more, but you have Jessica Taylor, or you have Valerie Mack, 2000.
Yep.
And then you have Jessica Taylor.
Jessica.
What's that?
Peaches is before Jessica.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Peaches
so they put Peaches' tattoo in the National Tattoo magazine.
There you go. Yes.
Steve Cullen, a tattoo artist from Connecticut, claims he did the tat. Remember that it was an 18 or 19-year-old who was actually accompanied by 2 women, her aunt and cousin, saying that she was from the Bronx or Long Island, was in Connecticut because she was having trouble with her boyfriend at the time. And that originally they thought that she had her missing limbs because she potentially had more identifiable tattoos.
Jesus. Okay.
For Peaches.
And Rex says Rex is a huge human being as well. He would be terrifying to those girls. Oh God, yeah.
Well, especially because a lot of them were under 5 feet, less than 100 pounds, too.
Yeah. Well, and Teresa, stay on this really quick, this map.
Okay.
Okay. Mallory, I know you probably heard this. A lot of people think in the leaflet of the peach, scroll back up to the picture of the peach tea. Do you see? It's hard. You can't zoom in.
I will. Hold on.
Okay. They believe there might be initials or numbers inside that leaf on the left. People have been trying to enhance this photo. They're trying to see if maybe it's her pimp's initials, if she had one, maybe her daughter's initials, maybe a year that she was born, maybe her daughter's year that her daughter was born. People have literally tried to decipher what is in that leaflet of the peach or the leaf of the peach.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get a better picture of it first. His is pretty small.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Your challenge is to identify the initials in the tattoo. It could hold the key to the case. Leave your comments and discussions in the comment section. You're right. It looks like TB to me.
Okay, I said TPA.
Oh, I don't. I just see TB.
See, I see
Oh,
TBA or TPA.
I could see that. Okay, hold on. Let me grab this picture so people can see what we're talking about. TB. It looks like to me.
Yep.
I see a B.
I see T, B, and then either an A or an R.
Some people have said that as well.
This one's not gonna let me zoom in either. Stupid fucking photos.
Okay, so my husband said it looks like a backwards J with a heart and then an R.
Here, T.
Well, it's probably the baby's
Gotta
name.
Oh, you got it.
How long before she died or went missing did this tattoo artist do her tattoo?
I don't know that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Never told him what the initials she was putting in there meant.
That's never came out. No.
It looks like TBP. TB.
Yeah, I see the P.
P.
Yeah, let's see.
It's too hard to tell. The picture's too grainy.
It is. You gotta think
It
it's from
looks like Bridge Guy.
1997.
Looks like Bridge Guy.
Did your bridge guy in the tattoo?
I can't tell. TB. If I had to guess, it would be TBP. So that's what I think.
I don't know.
I can't. The tattoo artist probably knows.
We've not seen anything of him come out unless I don't. Well, and here's the thing: when you watch the Killing Season,
Been a cover-up tattoo. There you go.
Josh has said that they do have a lot of B-roll film, like they have a lot of footage from that,
Right.
and he still wants to go back. I don't think he's went back to a lot of it.
So we're gonna watch that in Discord.
The Killing Season,
Yeah,
girl, we can.
we can do that. We can't play it on here because it would be copyrighted.
Yeah, can't do that.
Okay. Yeah. TB.
So that's where I wanted to say too. Like, we think that Karen Vergata, like, we're not sure, but based off the timeline, it looks like Karen Vergata was the first one that we know of as far as being dismembered.
96.
96. And then Peaches, the one here, is 97.
Hmm. I don't know. It's too hard to tell.
Damn. Karen Vergata also lived a hard life.
She did.
She was pregnant with her oldest son. She was struck by a train.
Could it be numbers?
It could be. That's what somebody said. Somebody said it could be numbers.
I don't know what that doesn't look like numbers to me.
No. And Cindy, I totally see what you're saying. 93 possibly first kill, but first dismemberment, because Costello was not dismembered. She was intact. So we're trying to figure out, like, when would he start dismembering and why?
Was it an accident, the first one, and then he realized he liked it?
Oh no, I don't think so. I think he's
Really?
gonna have a twisted childhood, and probably he's gonna be, in my opinion, the epitome of what we know a serial killer to be. Somebody who was doing really weird shit in their teenage years, even maybe 9, 10, and then he starts killing either late teens, early 20s. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm nobody. I'm just a person on YouTube, but that's my analysis of what we're gonna end up finding out. Is that he's been killing people since he was young.
Well, and to be honest with you too, T, I kind of wonder why he started dismembering. I personally think that he was pissed off that Sandra Costello was found and possibly other victims were found early, like quickly. And I don't want to sound graphic. We're going to find out in the bail documentation how she was found, right? shirt
Right.
over head, breast exposed, legs posed. Like, you want to humiliate that victim. That's how I feel when I hear about how she was discovered.
Right.
And he was
The
pissed
lanyard
off that she was found that quickly.
No,
So
it
I feel
says-
like he started dismembering, one, because he didn't want them to be found as quickly, and two, them to be harder to be ID'd, and three, to throw off jurisdiction from law enforcement. Some are Nassau County, some are in Suffolk County.
Hmm.
He didn't want his victims to be found.
No, what you kind of learned
No.
from him figuring out that he's being spotted in too many spots.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I think he started dismembering.
Yeah.
So
And
the
like you
lanyard
said, I
says
think
that
it's also
it says
too because he was
estimated in
crazy.
69.
With that?
So the lanyard says that this tattoo says probably
see the E.
established in 69, but like the EST.
I see the E at the very beginning.
You do?
Yeah, it's like right
No,
literally.
like over here.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
an E.
I don't see
Yeah.
69 at all, though.
No, I don't either.
Oh my gosh, the lanyards. That's awesome. Because I see it now.
I do
But why
see
would
the
there be
E.
such a big space between the S and the T?
I don't see an S either.
No.
I just see an E though. I didn't even
Let me
see
check
that
out
over
the
there.
The E.
Extra, maybe? No.
I don't see 69.
I don't either. I see B,
God.
R, or BP. Huh.
This could be an I.
Yeah.
You know, Kelt just brought up a good point too. Could it be a mirror image of the picture? Like, is it backwards?
Oh, shit. Who knows?
That's
You
what,
could-
yeah.
Mechanic would say it was if this was the Reed trial.
Or is it upside down?
No.
True, yeah, right?
Because we don't technically know.
So we don't know
Which
the
way-
orientation.
No,
No.
I don't. I don't know the, you know, that might be something. One of these days we got to get Joe on here because he's got ties to Josh, and I'm curious if they know that.
All right,
Because
well, let's find out.
he met with the tattoo artist.
Did he ask him about these letters?
That I'm not sure on.
All right, well, let's find that out.
Yeah.
The lanyards, we really have no clue. But I mean, that's a good point. I wasn't even looking over here. I was just looking at these three.
Me
Yeah.
too.
But I didn't see an E, like or a C, but I think it's
Yeah.
an E. Did the coroner keep the tattoos? Oh shit, I have no idea.
That I'm not sure on.
I don't know. I do gotta jump down though. I gotta get some things done before I pick up mom tomorrow. So
Okie dokie, artichoke. I'm so glad you came up though.
It was,
thank
yeah.
you for having me.
Right.
I'm glad I could come up. I haven't been on a panel in a long time, so I appreciate you inviting
We got to
me.
do this more
Always.
often, Mel.
So
Yes, well-
you're gonna do a video on Sandra, or are you gonna just do like an updated one, or are you gonna Are you gonna do like a focus on Sandra, like you did with the
I
other
want to do one on Sandra, but I don't know exactly when that's all gonna happen.
Okay.
So, but I do plan on doing it, and then obviously working on the Prezi with you guys for
Yeah.
the entire background with everyone. So, but yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course. Okay, so I just dropped the playlist for malicious intents Gilgo coverage. She's got 3 videos. Like I said, they're under 2 hours each, but it goes through in depth about like what's known about each of the victims.
Mhm.
So to get more background, it's a great resource that won't consume a ton of your time, but it's very well presented. So for anybody who wants to go watch those, there is the playlist. And then she's going to be updating it with some more stuff. So make sure you guys check out her channel. Thank you, Mel,
Yeah.
for coming.
Thank you guys. I'll be listening.
Okay, we'll
Bye,
be here.
girl.
Bye.
Bye, Dexter. Okay, so where were we at? Now we're going to go through the family travel in relation to the disappearance of Jessica Taylor, because essentially what ends up happening is he's doing all of this when his family's out of town.
Mm-hmm.
So as part of the ongoing investigation, the Gilgo Task Force has established that Heuermann's wife and children were out of state at the time Miss Taylor's disappearance. A and murder, a consistent theme attributable to the defendant for each of the charged homicides thus far, which would have allowed the defendant unfettered time and opportunity to execute these crimes. Specifically in 2020, oh my gosh, I'm too used to the 20s. In 2002, 2003, Heuermann's daughter, Victoria, was a kindergarten student at the McKenna Elementary School located in Massapequa Park. At the time, Victoria was classmates with an individual whose identity is also known to law enforcement hereinafter witness 2. Based on post-arrest interviews with witnesses, including witness 2's family and Victoria, the Gilgo task force has learned that at the conclusion of the kindergarten school year, Miss Ellerup and her 2 children vacationed with witness 2's family from on or about July 20th, 2003 through on or about July 27th, 2003 at Smuggler's Notch Resort, which is located in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Rex did not attend this trip.
As many other trips.
At the beginning of the live tonight, the other channels that I talked about, yes. So we talked about
Catch Lisk.
Catch Justice is the name of the YouTube channel.
Right. Catch Justice.
Catch Justice is the name of the YouTube channel, and we also talked about
Joe Jackalone.
Yes, I don't know do I have any mods in here?
I don't think so.
I'm like, if I have any mods, they could drop the links. Hopefully, I have maybe somebody that's listening.
Let me see if I can get Joe's and his real quick. Hold on.
Okay. None of your business. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that is a long ass sentence. Tierney is dead set that his family wife is not involved, and I am inclined to agree. I don't think they're involved. I think the wife had to have known something was going on in her house. She had to have known something was going on in her house. And I don't typically go that route when it comes to spouses or kids. My problem is that he was doing it in their home. Like, she didn't notice that anything was weird in the house.
That's me. I have a hard time with that one. Or even the money.
Yeah, most of the time, like they hide it because they're doing it outside of the house. And so the wives have like no clue. There's like, oh yeah, he was out at the park, or he had to work late that day. So I just struggle with this one. If it's inside your own home, how do you not know? And I don't mean that she had to know like he did this to all of these women. I just mean like there's like something where she's like, what you talking about? What are you doing? What's happening? Why am I not here?
Well, and the other thing is too is like the changing of the tires. Like, how do you afford all these tires? And where are you putting them?
Oh, and you're buying a new car. You just bought a new car last year. What the hell are you doing?
Exactly.
And you're just going to give this other car to your brother?
Yep. You're just going to gift him a vehicle?
A brand new one? Okay. The witness accounts have been corroborated via telephone records and electronic data seized in the execution of the warrant. For example, agents of the Gilgo Homicide Task Force seized the AT&T records, which detail calls made to and from Heuermann residents in July of 2003. That is fucking crazy that they're getting these phone records. These records show that during the aforementioned family vacation, the landline telephone associated with Heuermann's residence, back when we had landlines, made several calls to a telephone number bearing an 802 area code. Further investigation has tied this phone number to the Smuggler's Notch Resort. Investigators believe that Heuermann made these calls from his residence in Massapequa to his family in Jeffersonville. Okay, so here's the phone records, like old school phone records coming in. There's the call.
Okay, really quick. Do you see line number 15?
Yeah.
That's his mom.
Palmyra,
Virginia.
This is the one Marshall's talking about.
Mm-hmm. In Virginia, the Route 29 stalker. Not saying he is, but you never know.
You never know. Definitely. I mean, shit, I put nothing past this now.
Me neither.
Now, see, most people are agreeing that they think that it would be weird that she didn't know something. I could see if he had a place away from the home, but in the home, ain't believing that she didn't know. Shanaz says the same thing. I agree with you. She knew something.
Yeah, she had to have.
Marshall says True Crime with Nathan Adams is excellent too. I've never heard of that one.
He is amazing. He is. There's so many good channels that cover Rex that are not in the algorithm. Like I didn't know about Nathan until I think it was Grizzly had talked about him. I'm like, who's Nathan? And then I found his channel and I'm like, dang, man, he's really good. He goes deep into this case.
Helen's like, the house inside the house is a fucking mess. So I mean, maybe she just was like, we live in a fucking mess. He just made a bigger mess. Yet he wants to be all clean with his plastic. We haven't got that yet. Gamby says, if he was a hunter, I get it. I don't go near my husband's hunting and fishing gear. It stinks. It's gross, and he is messy. So he gets his area, which is a man shed. But maybe it was that way for her. Possible.
That's true. Yeah.
Can you drop the link for Nathan Adams? Marshall, you want to grab me? Now that Marshall's back, she can drop it. You want to drop Nathan Adams' link?
Yeah, I can.
Or you can, yeah, either one. So family, oh my gosh. Finally, in July of 2023, the Gilgo task force seized a hard drive from the basement of the residence. An extraction and analysis of that hard drive revealed that it contained a Palm Pilot backup file, which appeared to contain Heuermann's date book or calendar for the relevant dates. The Gilgo Homicide Task Force subsequently hired a digital forensics expert who, by utilizing native Palm software, was able to convert the above data into a readable format. Okay. So here's his
basically his
schedule.
calendar. Yeah, his schedule.
His fucking Palm Pilot. Holy
a Palm
shit.
Pilot. When I read that, I was like, wait, Palm Pilot? When I forgot about the Palm Pilots.
Hi, Andrew.
You're welcome, Dizzy.
Hold up. Save-A-Lot's owner was a serial killer?
The guy in Indiana? Why do I think of Indiana? Gambies, is that Indiana?
Yes. Indiana serial killer that owned Save-A-Lot.
Yes.
How did I not know that the Save-A-Lot owner was a serial killer?
Oh, girl, you got to see his picture. He is creepy.
Interesting. Dolly says that, yeah, Nathan Adams has some good info about Rex's creepy extended fam.
He does. When you guys watch it, make sure you have nothing going on and you have something to take notes down, because you really need like a whiteboard with a PowerPoint presentation. Like I'm a kinesthetic person, or I have to physically see stuff. That's a lot. He does a great job, but I'd have to take notes.
Yeah, I'm over here talking to myself on mute, by the way.
Welcome back.
I know. Salty Sweet Tea says a Palm Pilot digital expert equals any Gen X. I'm like, yeah, you want to give me a Palm Pilot? I can show you some things.
I can show you some tricks.
I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know. I know even Candace is like, wait, what? Yeah, apparently with Save-A-Lot, I'm going to look it up right now. Save-A-Lot owner was a killer. Oh, it pops right up too.
Look how creepy.
Herbert Richard Baumeister. Oh, Jesus. Was an American businessman and suspected serial killer, a resident of the Indianapolis suburb of Westfield, Indiana. Baumeister was under investigation for murdering over a dozen men in the early 90s, most of whom were last seen at gay bars. Goes by Herb. Holy shit.
Isn't it wild that we had this going on and not many people knew this case? Like when we think of cases like that, like Dahmer and John Wayne Gacy, that's only two faces we have. But there's more.
Your Save-A-Lot owner.
Right there.
Herb. There's Herbie.
There's Herb.
Wow. So he's not convicted of anything, though.
He
died in 96.
I was going to say, isn't he gone?
Hold on, let me see if he was convicted of anything. The article I just pulled up said that he was suspected of it. Let me see. Herb Baumeister.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear the name Herb, I think of Chris Farley, John Hancock. It's Herbie Hancock.
Wait, is this the one this is the one they were just finding more remains
Yes,
on?
just a few days ago.
This.
Yes. That's him.
That's the wrong one. I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but now that this article just came up, I'm like, yes, they found a bunch of remains just like last week on this guy's property.
Yep.
I was reading the article. Another victim from suspected serial killer's Indiana farm ID'd as a man who went missing in 93. They found thousands of human bones.
He was a monster, Chelsea. Crazy. 1,000 bones.
10,000 bones.
Oh, 10,000 bones. Dang,
10,
I thought 1,000.
10,000 bones. 10,000 parts of remains is what it says.
That's so
Yes, and the
crazy.
remains were among more than 10,000 found in 96.
Dang, man.
But I think he died. I don't think they ever convicted him.
No. Mother of Dragon said he
died.
unalived himself in Canada.
He died, and then they were searching his property, and that's when they started finding all the remains.
Dang.
Well, maybe they didn't find these a couple weeks ago. Maybe they just identified them. Hold on, let me see. I just remember reading. I don't know much about it. I just remember reading something about this.
I remember seeing his face on Twitter, and I was like, great. I'm already all with the Lisk thing. I can't read this. My brain can't retain it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they just identified more remains. I think it is. Another victim from suspected serial killer is ID'd. They didn't find more. I thought that for some reason in my mind they found more, but they ID'd more of the remains that were found in 96 after he went. Yeah, he never was convicted of anything because they were onto him and he killed himself.
Man.
Gambis is like, I was a night manager. Save a lot. Well, apparently he liked men from gay bars, so I think you're okay. Andrew, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I feel like I missed another one.
Oh, Andrew,
Mother of
awesome.
Dragons dropping super stickers. Thank you. And Kelt, spend 5 minutes trying to think of something to say. Kelt, welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. Thank you guys very much. And welcome to the new members. Oh my God, I have some friends that live there. How did I not know? Well, yeah, so apparently they found all these remains back in the day, and now they're just identifying them. Yeah, 10,000, but it's remains, so like it's not 10,000 people, it's 10,000 parts.
Bones, yeah.
They got to put all that shit together, but that's still a hell of a lot of stuff. I mean, that's a lot of people.
That's another case too, Teresa, that kind of reminds me of like a couple of years before I moved from Colorado. I had discovered about a case out in eastern Colorado called the McCormick Family Farm. That's one we got to cover. It's interesting.
Who is it?
McCormick Family.
I know that name.
You got to look it up. McCormick Family Farm. That's one I think we should cover. CBI kind of said we ain't got money, so we can't look for the bodies. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's I remember that name, the McCormick Farm, though. Maybe from you.
I think I had told you about it.
I think so.
Yeah. Because I think I was shocked. I was like,
serial killer cases. Oh, I can't keep track of all the people. I think that's part of my issue. Okay, so he's got like his wife in here. This is his calendar of events. So wife is gone. Based on the foregoing, the investigation to date has clearly established that Heuermann's wife and children were indeed located out of state during the time of Jessica Taylor's disappearance, which occurred on or about July 21st. According to the murders of all 4 charged victims, and now the murder of Miss Taylor occurred at times when defendant Heuermann's wife and children were located out of state, which would have allowed defendant Heuermann unfettered time. They're very repetitive. It reminds me of Baldwin from the freaking Delphi case. He repeats everything 50 times.
Yeah.
The 1993 discovery of the human remains of Sandra Quistilla. On or about November 20th of 93, 2 individuals while hunting in wooded area of Southampton in the vicinity of 50 Old Fish Cove Road in Suffolk County discovered the remains of Sandra, who was born in 1965. The victim, who had been 28 years old at the time, was lying on her back with her arms outstretched over her head, with her uncovered legs spread apart. The victim's shirt had been pulled up over her torso and head, exposing the victim's breasts. The victim had numerous sharp force injuries to her, among other things, her face, torso, breasts, left thigh, and her vaginal area. Ms. Castillo was a native of Trinidad and Tobago, but had been living in New York prior to her disappearance and murder. During the course of the 93 investigation, Castillo's body was examined by a forensic scientist, which led to the recovery of 3 hairs from the victim's remains. One from the victim's right arm, which is a female hair. One from a tape lift of the striped shirt above the victim's head, which is a male hair, as well as one from a tape lift of the white shirt above the victim's head. Okay, so she had 2 shirts on?
I believe just one, but they did a tape lift. You know, they do the tape across the shirt. They found one hair, and then on her arm, they found a female hair.
Well, yeah, but the tape lift of a white shirt above the victim's head, and this is the tape lift of a striped shirt above the victim's head.
Yeah, she might have had 2 then.
She it looks like she had 2 shirts on, like layered.
When it's November too, it might have been cold.
Yeah, maybe. In 2014, well before the identification of Rex Heuermann as a suspect, Ms. Castillo's murderer, the hairs on Castillo were sent to a forensic laboratory, the second one, which was able to, they used that up there, which is able to develop a unique mitochondrial DNA profile for each of the hairs found. On or about August of 2014, Lab 2 received an extract of, John Bitteroff's buccal swab. Forensic Laboratory number 2 was then able to develop a mitochondrial DNA profile from John, and subsequently compared it to the mitochondrial DNA profiles that had been previously generated for each of the hairs on Castillo. At the conclusion of its analysis, the lab was able to exclude him and his maternal relatives as to contributors of the hairs. And I'm really curious what evidence they have of him with the other 2 women.
I do believe there was DNA.
But what kind of DNA? From
exactly.
What? Semen? Yeah. They're prostitutes.
I think semen on the victims, like on, I think on, not in the victims, I believe.
It's still, that's tough. I mean, if that, I don't know. I mean, he could just, if he could show that he had been with one of, I don't know. Okay, let me see. Recently, the task force requested Forensic Lab 2 to undergo forensic testing, specifically comparing the mitochondrial DNA profiles for each of the hairs on Castillo, which had been developed back in 2014, prior to Heuermann emerging as a suspect in her murder, to known samples provided by the Gilgo task force. On or about February 29th of 2024, the Lab number 2 issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from the male hair on Castillo and the profile developed from defendant's buccal swab are the same, specifically at a rate that would exclude 99.96% of all other North American population as the contributor, and of the aforementioned hair on the mutilated remains of Sandra Castillo. So essentially, we're going back to the same thing that we did with Jessica. It's his hair, or it's his twin brother if he had one's hair. There's no other way around it.
Yeah.
Prior to Miss Castillo's disappearance and murder, Heuermann had been living with a female individual whose identity is known to law enforcement. Herein, witness number 3. During the course of the investigation, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force was able to secure a buccal swab from witness 3, which was secured via her consent. On or about March 29th of 2024, the task force brought a DNA extract of witness 3 swab to the forensic lab for further analysis, and on May 8, 2024, the lab issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from witness 3's buccal swab, developed from the female hair on Castillo's body, share a common base at all compared positions, specifically at a rate that would, as per the database, exclude 99.9% of everybody else, and would include her or her twin. Same concept. Who had but no longer resided at the residence prior to Miss Costilla's disappearance and murder cannot be excluded as the contributor of said hair. Okay, so it's very likely that it is her hair. She cannot be excluded. That is not the same as the octillions that we got from the other matches. Maybe we get it down here. I don't know. Okay, on or about March 8th, the cutting of the hairs, as well as the extracted witness 3's buccal swab to the first laboratory. Here's where we're going to get the match. On or about April 29th, 2024, Lab 1 issued a report indicating its ability to develop a nuclear DNA profile for the male hair on Costilla. Oh, okay, no, we're getting the nuclear match now. Was then able to conduct a 1-to-1 autosomal nuclear DNA comparison between said profile developed from the male hair on Costilla. Okay, hold on. How do they distinguish between the hair? Let me see. I want to see.
They have a really good further down in this, T, after you're done like with reading this, they actually have a really good chart with all of the 5 victims and where they found the hair.
Okay, but there's 2 female hairs, 1 male hair on her. That's what I wanted to know, how they were going unidentified female hair. And then that's 1. So they changed the unidentified part. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Because I was like, how are they distinguishing between the 2 female hairs?
Yeah.
Who is she? I never heard about a girlfriend till this.
We don't know.
Could you imagine if he had a long-lost evil twin? He's like, ha ha ha, I'm going to ruin his life because I was put into foster care and treated like garbage my whole life while Rex is out there becoming an architect and getting married and having children. So I'm going to set him up to take the fall. It's a good story. Okay, where were we at? We're down here with Lab 2. Lab 2. No, we want Lab 1. Sorry. That's Lab 2. Here, March 8th. Here's Lab 1. Issued a report indicating nuclear profile for the male hair. Okay, Lab 1 was then able to conduct a 1-on-1 autosomal, which resulted in the conclusion that the DNA profile generated from the male hair on Costilla, which was recovered from Miss Costilla's mutilated remains, was 4.347. This is like the octillion, bazillions, quadrillions times more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to Rex's SNP profile. Okay, Lab 1 was also able to generate DNA profiles from not only the extract of witness 3's buccal swab, but also the female hair on Costilla. So forensic laboratory number 1 was then able to conduct the 1-on-1 autosomal for nuclear DNA comparison to the woman, which resulted in the conclusion that the DNA profile generated a 4.578 octillion, bazillion, quadrillion times more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to witness 3's. So absolutely her hair that is found on, but there's another hair still. So are they both her hairs? Because there's 2 female hairs.
I can go down to the chart so you can see it.
Okay. Based on the I will. I always ask questions before I get to the part. Like the report normally just answers my own questions. Based on the foregoing, it is significant that the 2 forensic laboratories have now independently identified that the male hair is Rex's, the female hair is this woman that was not in the home anymore at the time. The chart below summarizes the results from the Forensic Lab 1 and Forensic Lab 2, which each individually have been able to determine the hairs recovered on now 5 of the 6. See? I didn't even realize it was 5. I thought it was 3. 5 of the 6 charged victims are forensically tied to Heuermann, members of his immediate family or individuals with whom Heuermann resided, lending further support to the conclusion that defendant Heuermann is the individual who murdered, stripped, restrained, and transported the remains of Jessica Taylor and Sandra Castillo, as well as the Gilgo 4, until they were each discovered in 93, 2003, 2010, and 2011. Okay, so male hair on Sandra, tape lift of striped shirt above victim's head. These are just what's matching. It is his. Sandra Castillo, female hair. It is whatever female he was living with that was no longer living with him.
So only
Jessica
one
Taylor,
hair.
But there's 2 hairs. They say 2 hairs.
So she had 2 on her right arm?
No, hold on. Right here. So there's 3 hairs from the victim's remains. 1 from the victim's right arm, which will be known as female hair on Castillo. 1 from a tape lift of the striped shirt, which is the male hair. And then the 3rd one of a tape lift from the white
shirt. Okay.
Unidentified female hair on Castillo. So there's still another female hair.
Oh my God, my brain. My brain can't.
Right. So there's 3 hairs on her, but it seems like they're only testing 2 of them. Andrew says, I love your questions before the reveal in the documents. I'm like, where is this information? And everybody's
how do I find this?
Down. It's going. I know. I'm like, I used to be really bad because I'd start Googling shit and people were like, oh my God, just fucking finish reading the document. It's gonna be right there. This is so dumb.
But that's where I wanted to see the chart because I was confused too, because I'm like, I thought the chart said that there was only 2 hairs. But no, you are right. I didn't even see that yesterday when I read it, or the day before.
I don't think they compared it.
Nope.
It's not in the chart. Because they only have 2 hairs. They have the female and a male. And this is the one from the victim's right arm. So this is the first hair, the victim's, the female hair. So the female hair found on the white shirt is not tested.
Or that we know of.
Right. It's not in here.
Yep.
Or it was excluded as something and we don't know. I don't know. It's somebody else's hair.
It could be something too. I mean, I didn't realize how crazy like DNA can get. Like she could have hugged someone, like a family or friend or something from, the escort life, and it was on her and they can't figure out whose hair it is. That's
why Gambies is like, my hair is left everywhere. I'm going to end up being a suspect in something I didn't have anything to do with.
Same.
So it can't be tied in. Yeah. Who knows what's up with the other hair and why they chose not to test that one. That's interesting. They chose to test the one on her arm, but not the one on the white shirt. Sandra Castillo had a daughter. You were saying this earlier, but I didn't want to go too far into it. So she had a daughter who was friends with Maureen, right, Percocent? Who grew up and was friends with Maureen?
I think
I might be saying the wrong victim, but she grew up with one of the victims. The daughter did.
I think it was Melissa. I might be wrong.
Oh, okay. It might be Melissa. Well, they'll tell us in chat.
I might be wrong.
It's Barnes.
Oh, Maureen Bernard Barnes. Okay. So wait, was she from Connecticut?
Oh, no. The person says it's Melissa too. I don't know.
Yeah, because Maureen Barnes was from Connecticut. She was from Norwich, Connecticut.
Well, everybody else is saying Melissa. You're right. My bad. Same initials.
Catastrophe. I do it too. Catastrophe. I feel so bad because I feel like I'm being like so like an asshole, like trying to remember, but there's so much to remember.
I that's why I ask you and malicious intent, because I'm like, I don't know.
It's a lot. It's a lot to retain.
Oh, that's a great point. Polyam. Subway.
I'm not even going to try this.
I'm going to go with Polly, Amy, Subway, Army, Denton.
I think you got it.
Polyamium. The AM in the middle is kind of throwing me there. Polyamium, Subway, Army, Denton. That one's throwing me. Aw, her laugh is so cute. She's so cute. How about Paul? Let's go with Paul. Let's go with Paul.
We're just going to go with Paul. How about Paul?
Okay, so Jessica Taylor has the male hair underneath her that was on that plastic. That's Rex's. Maureen has a female hair. We know about hers. That is his wife's. That is Rex's wife at the time. Megan Waterman, first of 2 female hairs on Waterman. See, they do both of hers.
Mm-hmm.
First of 2 female hairs on Waterman, the wife's. Second, the wife's. Megan also has a male hair. He likes to leave 3 hairs. Is Rex's. That's interesting that Megan has 2 female hairs and 1 male hair, just like Sandra.
Mm-hmm.
Amber has a female hair that is the daughter's. I think I was forgetting hers.
The daughters, yeah.
I think
And
I forgot about the daughter's hair being found.
keep in mind, obviously, we don't know until more stuff comes up, because I think we all gonna find more stuff. But as far as what we know, Amber Costello would have been his last victim in 2010.
You think it's his last victim?
In 2010,
Oh, last victim
before
in 2010.
before they were found. So she
Yeah.
was more in. I hate saying this, y'all. She was more intact, and she wasn't as decomp wasn't as bad. I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't like there was nothing there.
Okay, so here's a question. How many people do you think that he's killed since those remains were found up until his arrest?
I do think he took a small break because I think he got scared shitless. I do. I think he got rid of the truck, got the black one, and probably laid low for a while, because that's a lot of bodies to be discovered. But I kind of wonder if he started picking back up, and maybe Nikki, the woman that came forward that said she went on a date with him, I kind of wonder if he started ramping it back up in maybe 2015, 2016. I would say possibly 10 to 15 more.
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
Because I will say this. Asa was big into going to like comic book conventions. And I'm not saying that this is exactly why he was arrested, but I do know there was a comic book convention in San Diego, California in July of 2023. That's the month he was arrested.
Where at?
San Diego.
Oh, shit. That's not too far from me.
Apparently she did go to those a lot when her son was getting older and they could travel, because her son does have cognitive disabilities. The son is not Rex's son. That's her son from a previous marriage. So between Asa and Rex, they have
Victoria.
their daughter. Yes.
Right. When did Rex go visit his brother? Do you know
That's
that?
a good question. I don't know that.
He has mad properties. Yeah, the DA interviewed by Como, and it was very telling. My impression was more to come as they dig through the evidence. I bet there's victims they have not found. Like, you know,
Right.
they're tying into like Sandra, whose remains were found back in 2013. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking they have more. They're gonna they have more. They haven't even dug up.
Yeah. Well, I did property tax searches in South Carolina, and it did look like he owned a few acres. There's nothing on him, in a place called Mirror Lakes. Near a lake. I'm really bad with that area, so I'm not really sure. I've never lived in South Carolina, but yeah. I think there's more even outside the state. I think this is probably going to be the most prolific serial killer of our time, in my opinion.
Who's got the? I don't. That was to the record. Who's got the most right now? Is it Sam Little?
Ooh, girl, I think. Dang, I didn't know you were gonna put me on blast.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I think it's Sam Little, but I'm not 100% sure. This high sniper avoided arrest for 30 years. Yeah, that has to build some confidence. Well, he's evolving.
He's evolved.
He learns from the mistakes and tries to change his patterns. This is just the beginning.
I mean, did you guys see how much he had as far as like digital? What Tierney said yesterday in the presser, like 46 cell phones. Like what? 600.
Somebody asked, like, who keeps all these cell phones? And I'm like, Richard Allen. Was that you that asked that?
It was
like,
me.
Richard Allen, you keep all of his cell phones too. Well, now that we know if you go on panel with T, there could be a pop quiz. That's right, Gambies. Be prepared.
Yeah, Gambies.
Yeah, only 60 of Sam's have actually been confirmed, but they say it's over 100.
Dang.
And he was crazy too, though, because he had when he sat down,
Drawings.
he was like, yeah, he was like telling them exactly. He's like, okay, so when I was, in Orange County, California, on January 27th of 1968, I met this girl who was like 5'5" and had dark curly hair, and I was like,
He even
what?
had drawings, like all the way down to the size of their earrings, the shape of their earrings, the color of their earrings, their necklace, their jewelry, their clothes, their shoes, their sock color, undergarment color. I mean, he had it all down to a T, literally. Makeup color.
Yeah, it's not even just his drawing skills; it was his memory.
His memory and drawing.
Dude, how in the world do you remember all of that? It was crazy to listen to him.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the most interesting serial killers that I've ever actually taken the time to look at. I don't know. This might take the cake, though. This might end up taking the cake because I just feel like this is so this is going to be so big.
You really didn't think he'd get caught, y'all.
Here, but I'm the one. The Chesapeake Park. Woo woo. My good friends is Belvedere LEO. I'm in Michigan now.
Oh.
I was born in Belvedere. My dad was a Belvedere Rockford cop for many, many years. And so I was telling the story about that, and Jen's like, yay.
That's so sweet.
From there too. My cousin is the Rockford Deputy Chief of Police.
Oh, that's cool.
I shouldn't say that out loud, but
well, I just said how old my dad was, my sister, myself, like doxed.
People are gonna be like, "We know your cousin." It's gonna be like, "Oh shit." Okay, let me see. So this is the unfettered access to target residence during the disappearance and murder of Sandra Castilla. Based on the post-arrest interviews with witnesses, the task force has learned that witness number 3 and defendant Heuermann began living together at the target residence in 91. This is not the same residence. This is an older residence, right? He didn't live with another woman before in the same house that he lived with his wife, right?
Wait, repeat that?
This is a different residence, is what I'm asking.
The one where he was living. Okay, yes, that's a different house, not the Massapequa Park house, from what I'm understanding. Yeah,
I'm like, there's no way he's like living in the same house and brings his one chick in, and then, well, I mean, I guess never mind. Forget I even just erased everything.
Strike that.
Yeah, absolutely has zero problem with bringing women into the home. Never mind.
Well, and the reason why I do believe it was a different house is because I did pull property tax records on the house, the Massapequa house that we all see, the terrifying horror house, right?
Yeah. When did he get that house?
He purchased it in early 1994, and it said it was a sale between relatives, which would have been his mom, for $170K. So he moved into the Massapequa house in 94.
After Sandra.
After Sandra, yes.
Okay, let me see. I only found 2 names related to Peaches, and they are deceased.
Well, we don't know if they're related. So the FBI put out a thing to like the local news station down in Mobile, and it's about possible relatives or family or friends they were looking for Elijah Howell or Howard and Carrie Howell or Howard, and it was connected. They said we believe it might be connected to a woman named Peaches, unidentified victim named Peaches Doe and her child. So we don't know if they're fully related. We're not really sure why the FBI put that out the way they did, but yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to be careful with it because it's like, I don't know if that's 100%, And I don't want people running off in a rabbit hole being like, they're connected 100%.
Got it. Andrew, thank you for the Dr. Pepper Fund with the option of the cell phone disposal included, just in case I need to do something to try to get rid of all my Google searches. Thank you for this channel, T. You are so appreciated. Oh, I appreciate you guys very much too. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for the super chat. Rex was previously married, and they lived in the same house. I think that Catastrophe said the same thing up here somewhere, or down here somewhere. I remember saying, yeah, he had another wife. Short-lived wife number 1. Rex bought the house from his mom right before he married, the second time, at least. I don't know how many wives he's had. Man, that ex-wife is feeling super smart right now. I bet she's telling everyone, I told you guys he was an asshole.
Yeah, no, he bought the Massapequa house in 94. So I believe he was already divorced.
Okay, Cindy says it's the same house. Keep reading. Okay, hold on. Let me keep reading. Okay, as noted, based on post-arrest interviews, witness 3 and defendant Heuermann began living together at the target residence in 91. In September of 93, approximately 2 months before Costilla's disappearance and murder, witness 3 moved out of target residence. Target residence. Hold on. What page am I on? 20. I'm gonna look at something real quick. Hold on. When did they start referring to it as target residence?
I think early on in the doc.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. Thus, investigators believe the defendant. Oh, here and after. So that target residence is the 105 First Avenue Massapequa Park house. That's what they call target residence. So what they're saying, target residence on page 20, that's what they're calling it. They are saying he lived in that same house with the ex.
What's interesting though, if you pulled some data records on Ancestry, he did live at a house called 93 Bedell Street, Apartment 1, Freeport, kind of around this time as well.
No, she didn't. Wife number 1 wrote in the dissolution filing reason his use of prostitutes.
Now, see, I didn't know all that.
What? Okay, let me keep reading. Holy shit. Okay, so target residence, I mean, that has to, they're talking about the same house. But I don't know. That's weird to me.
But see, where was the mom living then? Did she move out?
Yes, she did. That's crazy. I don't know. I know a little bit about Israel Keys. I don't know a ton. I don't know a ton about. I don't know a ton. So I wouldn't be able to like speak on it. Knows her stuff, huh? It's his old lady home, I think. Mom was living across the street. Living together at the Target house in 91. In September of 93, approximately 2 months before Miss Costilla's disappearance and murder, witness 3 moved out of the Target residence. Prior to witness 3 leaving the Target residence, Heuermann's mother had moved out of Target residence. Based on the foregoing, neither Heuermann's mother nor witness 3 were living at the Target residence during the time of Sandra Costilla's murder. According to the murders of all 4 charged victims and now the murders of Miss Taylor and Miss Costilla occurred at times when the defendant had unfettered time. And had planned for each victim without any fear that his family or others residing at the target residence would uncover or learn of his involvement in these crimes. Jeez. Okay, as detailed in Exhibit A, following Heuermann's arrest, numerous search warrants were executed at the target residence, which culminated in the seizure of over 350 electronic devices. In the months subsequent to Heuermann's arrest, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force has attempted to extract and analyze data from each of these devices. An analysis of these devices has revealed Heuermann's significant collection of violent bondage and torture pornography, currently dating back to 94. The pornographic images accessed by Heuermann include, but are not limited to, breast mutilation, vaginal torture, sex substitution, which is penetration with an object, the sexualization of decapitated women, bondage and whipping, which notably and largely coincide with how the remains of Sandra Costilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack were discovered. They threw Valerie in here. Moreover, during the analysis of a hard drive recovered from the basement of Heuermann's residence, The Gilgo Homicide Task Force recently discovered a Microsoft Word document entitled whatever. The document was discovered in an unallocated space. Allocated space refers to stored data that a computer is using, files that are viewable and able to be opened by the user. On the other hand, an unallocated space refers to available or unstructured data, which is not readily viewable and able to be opened by a user. Unallocated space frequently contains room for quote-unquote new data or quote-unquote old data that has been deleted and sent to the recycle bin, overwritten, etc. For example, when a user deletes data, many users believe the file has been purged forever. However, deleting a file only tells the computer that the space previously occupied by that file is now available. The deleted data will remain in the unallocated space until another file is written over it. Data contained within unallocated space can be retrieved via computer forensic extraction method called file carving. A forensic analysis of this document reveals that it was not only a locally created draft, not downloaded from the internet, but also recovered from a hard drive that indicates it was utilized by Heuermann himself. While the original document appears to have been created in 2000 based on its title, the iteration of the Word document appears to have been created and modified between 2001 and 2002. Oh my gosh. He's like working on it. He's working on it, like actively. Based on the foregoing and the facts set forth, the task force members believe 2000 or 2002 to be referenced to calendar years. The task force members also believe, based on the foregoing and the facts set forth, the Microsoft Word document to be a planning document. Hence a blueprint utilized by Heuermann to methodically blueprint and plan out his kills, hereinafter referred to as the planning document. Holy shiznit. The planning document begins with 4 category sections with the underlined headings of problems, supplies, DS, and TRG.
Dump site and target.
Oh, TRG is target.
Yep.
Oh. T1 is Megan?
Now keep in mind, Megan Waterman was before this, or after this, I'm sorry. This was made before Megan Waterman. So this more than likely is a different Megan, obviously.
Or is it? How old was she?
Oh, I think Megan Waterman was my age. She would have been young, like real young.
So maybe another Megan. Small
That's
is
what
good.
I'm thinking. Yeah.
TUNK, target unknown, black. Okay, so the problems: DNA, tire marks, bloodstains, fingerprints. Your MO, you got to change up the MO. Witnesses, trace source of supplies. Don't buy the same shit in the same places. Foot and shoe prints. Photos.
Mm-hmm.
Photos. Misleaders.
Now that one threw me off. I don't know what that is.
What is a that's like miss, like girl, misleaders.
I didn't know what I couldn't figure that one out.
Let's see if you Google it, what it comes up with.
Oh God, Tracy, you'll find someone.
Okay, I got nothing. I'm just wondering if it's like things to throw off. Like if you use the same type of thing to throw off the investigation.
Oh.
It's like almost like a signature, but he spells it wrong, like to mislead.
Oh, I see. He spells a lot of stuff wrong in this.
But I'm wondering if that's what that would be. Like, don't use the same type of thing to mislead the cops.
Yeah. I mean, look how he spelled plastic. Platic.
Where that one says plastic.
Go down where it says fingerprints and gloves.
Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay, so misleaders, police stop. A truck stuck. Like, don't get your truck stuck. Don't get stopped by the police. These could all be problems. Fingerprints and gloves. Plastic bags matched to the box. Yeah, make sure you use different plastic bags. Hair and fiber. Okay, yeah, those are a problem for you, sir, for sure.
That's a big one, and he still got caught with that, with the hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's what I was thinking was that. So, okay, supplies. You're gonna need booties. You need some type of lye or acid. You need a police scanner. Spelled wrong. You need a rope and a cord. You need some cutting tools, saw, hair nets that would help with your hair. Photo film.
And who uses photo film in 2023 now? So that's definitely predated back then.
A burn can. Get rid of the evidence, because you don't want to leave these fingerprints in your gloves and stuff. Foam drain cleaner. Well, yeah, because you're dismembering them in your home. Body wash wipes. Make sure the body's cleaned off, that you didn't leave anything on them. Tarps and drop cloths. Medical gloves. Bags and tape. Large electrical clips.
Jessica Taylor with the nipples. I've kind of wondered.
You put because he likes the torture.
Mm-hmm.
And a ratchet cargo strap.
Cargo straps, they're tie downs, and they have these like metal things where you can actually clamp them tight. So you see like people transporting furniture in the back of their trucks, and you'll see these like bright orange straps.
Yeah.
They tie down really, really well.
So what is he wanting to tie down?
People.
To what though?
You'll see.
Wherever he's torturing them at? Okay, I'll see. Of course I will.
God, I don't want to tell the story yet. Watch the movie.
I will. I'll keep going. So dump site 1 is on Mill Road.
Which that's where, really quick, Mill Road.
I was just going to ask that.
Mill Road and Halsey Road is where Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack were found, right off Mill Road, in between Mill Road and Halsey in Manorville.
And dump site 2 is still up for debate, apparently. And then using a dumpster site. Next time, try to recon some dumpster locations. Oh, God. Mm-hmm. Okay. You could probably print film at home. I wonder, Jesse. Based on the task force training and experience, the members believe the problems to be a guide on issues to avoid apprehension, supplies to be a reference to what supplies are needed to care. This is not based on your training and experience. This is just what it is.
It's to avoid apprehension
and to avoid leaving behind DNA evidence. The DS appears to be an acronym for a dump site, which is corroborated by the discoveries of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor at 2 separate dump sites, i.e. the vicinity of Mill Road and Ocean Parkway. Under that same heading is a note regarding dumpster sites, which the task force members believe is reference to how Heuermann disposed of physical evidence in the manner dispose of the following section below. TRG appears to be reference to target or victim. See embedded image below. Okay, let me look at this footnote. No alterations other than the addition of call-out boxes were applicable, have been made to excerpts of the planning document. The document is portrayed in the same manner that it was recovered from the unallocated space with no changes in formatting or spelling. Okay. It is important to note that the known victims thus far are all petite women, which is consistent with the small is good in the document, lending further support to the aforementioned conclusion that target refers to the targets, the victims. With regards to the dump site section of the document, it is important to note that the human remains of Jessica Taylor discovered in 2003, as well as the remains of Valerie Mack discovered in 2000, were dumped in 2 locations. One of those locations being the vicinity of Mill Road, which is listed as DS1 Mill Road in the above Word document. On March 29th, 2011, Miss Taylor's torso, skull, hands, and hands recovered near Ocean Parkway, i.e. a second dump site. On April 4th, 2011, Miss Mack's skull, hands, and right foot were also recovered near Ocean Parkway, also a second dump site. The recent discovery of this document prompted the April 2024 cadaver search of the Manorville area, which did not yield the recovery of additional sets of human remains, thereby reinforcing the task force members' belief that The planning document refers to Heuermann's preparations for either Jessica Taylor and or Valerie Mack.
Now remember, they just said Valerie Mack. What? This is the third time they've mentioned her in this doc.
They sure have.
Yeah, it's
He's
coming.
not. Yeah, I'm like, he's not charged for her. So like, I'm surprised that they have a lot. They have a lot. I mean, okay, the planning document on Heuermann's computer then delves into 3 category sections with the heading of pre-prep, prep, and post-event. See the embedded excerpt below. Oh gosh, okay. Andrew, thank you. And welcome more new members. Andrew, thank you.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Hi, Louise. Where was I? I live in the same city I hinted you earlier. Yeah, housing and land prices. He was being schooled by someone, in my opinion, during the making of the document. You think somebody's teaching him? You think somebody's teaching him? Oh.
I think John Douglas was teaching him from that book.
Okay, so we have pre-prep, VEC inspection, vehicle inspection, engage T1,
target
1, recon dump site 1, locate dump site 2, access the weather report, recon video cams, recon pick zone for video cams.
So he was looking for making sure, like, if he was picking them up. Like, hey, so he had hotel keys as well. I couldn't hear how many. I heard some people say he had 15. Then I've heard some people say he had 50. I would assume that if he was going to hotels, he was looking to see if there was cameras, trailhead cameras at some of the dump sites. I think he was really trying to pay attention to businesses with cameras. He was reconning.
So to prep, you have to set up the stage, a holding area, build a table, a crossbar, and a hard point. What do you think? What's the hard point?
Steve looked this up for me. Because when we got into the table stuff and all that, I couldn't understand it. I guess apparently it's something, and I might be wrong, but it's something about suspension of a body or a person.
Oh. 50. Build it and burn it. Oh, I don't even want to know. Cindy says I don't even want to know. Okay.
50 so Ellie said 50 room keys. Now here's my question. Okay, I might be speculating here. Well, I am speculating here. Are they like the magnetic keys, like the cards, or are they actual keys like back in the day? Remember the keys? You have like the big plastic. Yeah. Because then that might take us back further, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah. But also, so what's okay?
Yep, there goes.
I like
keys
if he's taking him back to his house, though.
Do what?
What's with the hotel keys if he's taking them back to his house?
I mean, did he take them all back to his house?
I don't know. That's why I'm wondering how many there are. How many, like, which ones went where? Exactly.
We don't know.
Hardpoint is a BDS term for a secure place to secure a restraint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Destroy file. Change tires. Burn gloves. Dispose of pics. Why take the pics to dispose of the pictures?
That's a good question.
I don't understand that.
I don't either.
Why are we taking the pictures to get rid of the pictures and have a story set? Okay, the task force members believe that pre-prep is a guide on steps to take in advance of the homicide, inspecting his vehicle, engaging the target, conducting recon, or surveying for surveillance cameras in pertinent areas, and checking the weather to ensure for optimal conditions. Prep, on the other hand, appears to be references to steps taken closer in time to homicide, setting up the staging area, holding area, and table crossbar hardpoint for the victim. Specifically, the prep section has 5 entries: set up stage, holding area, build table, crossbar hardpoint. The Gilgo homicide task force members are aware that a crossbar is often placed underneath tables to provide further structural support for heavier objects being placed on a table. Additionally, the task force members are also aware that a hardpoint refers to, I just need to keep reading, in the field of sexual suspension bondage. to a fixed attachment point in the ceiling that supports the weight of an individual being suspended off the ground, which is corroborated by Heuermann's significant interest in pornography, where the subject is either suspended, tortured, bound to a table, decapitated, and or their breasts are mutilated, which is consistent with the foregoing notations regarding suspension, as well as the condition of the victims described herein. Additionally, post-event appears to reference a checklist of tasks following the event or homicide to avoid apprehension, i.e. destroy the file, change the tires, burn gloves, dispose of the pics taken of the victim, and have a story set, i.e. the alibi story for the family upon the return or law enforcement should an inquiry be made. The planning document continues to further expound on preparatory measures such as specific recon steps, packaging a body for transport, and take down, see recon reports and take down pickup sections embedded below. Packaging a body for transport. See body prep section below. Okay. Recon reports. Video cameras on Lie Route 112 to... Okay, so those are old. Video cameras here are old. Target 1 info, cell phone. Well, whose cell phone is this?
Target 1.
Okay, take down pickup. Hunt too long, seen an area too long. Remember, don't charge gas. Yeah, don't forget that shit. Make sure you refer back to document. Recon for vid cameras in pickup area next time. Next time. I know, but so what I'm saying is then he didn't actually recon for video cameras the first time.
No, he put next time.
Body prep. Wash the body inside and all the cavities. My God. Remove trace evidence, the fingerprints, hair. Remove trace DNA. Remove ID marks, tattoos marks. Remove marks from torture. Remove head and hands and package for transport. Dispose of the following: the tools, the devices, target one's clothes and personal items, drop cloth or drop clothes, wipes and towels, props, toys, and wood items, anything that I touch, anything that touched T1, target 1. What you wore, destroy book and computer files, destroy your book and computer files, burn the gloves, dispose of box of plastic bags to avoid trace. So he's literally like, if you use these bags from this box of trash bags, you get rid of the whole fucking thing. Whatever you don't use, you fucking dispose of it. So they can't trace that back to you. You don't use the same bags for your victims.
Yeah, and Dolly Daydream, I'd highlight that one if you see it, T, about the phone numbers. Tierney did mention that in the presser yesterday about leaving some of the phone numbers in this document in hopes that maybe someone from the public may recognize a number and to come to them if they have any info
on who that belonged to. They can't figure out who the fucking phone number belongs to.
There's phone numbers. Yeah.
I know. What? They can't figure that out?
According to Tierney.
There's no way they can't figure out who those phone numbers belong to. I don't believe that. It should be drop cloths. I got you. I was like, drop clothes. What?
Drop the clothes.
Once I was like, it's drop cloths. That makes more sense. Thank you. The body prep section above includes a note to remove head and hands, which clearly relates to the condition of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack's remains. I don't know how they're not charging him with Valerie's in here. Like, that's crazy. Maybe they don't have the hairs, the same thing, but I mean,
and you got to think too.
They're obviously contributing Valerie to him without a doubt.
Yes, and she was 2000. So I wonder what the weather was like in 2000. Was there any, I hate saying it, was there any like hurricanes? Was was there elemental factors that maybe it's harder for them to find any DNA with her?
Yeah. As both victims were decapitated, dismembered at their arms below their elbows. Additionally, each of these victims' remains, as well as the remains of the Gilgo Four, were indeed packaged for transport, as this section indicates to do, further increasing the significance of this document's presence in Heuermann's laptop computer. Finally, this section also includes a note to remove the ID marks, tattoos, etc. And as noted, the examination of Miss Taylor's body in 2003 indicates numerous sharp linear injuries to the victim's skin, specifically around where Miss Taylor's tattoo had been located, which investigators believe was intended to inhibit the identification of Miss Taylor's tattoo and therefore Miss Taylor in a manner consistent with the planning document. Furthermore, the dispose of the following section list destroy computer files as a checklist item. The presence of this planning document in the unallocated space demonstrates Heuermann's efforts to destroy or delete computer files in a manner that is consistent with this notation. But I mean, wouldn't he need this for the next kills?
You would think.
I mean, does he make a new one every time?
I think he added to this one, and then he got rid of it in like 04, 03, 04. Is that right? The dates?
Well, it's 2000 was created, and 2002 was the last change to it. So Chris says
he deleted it. Yeah,
recycled. He's been but they would know. They would be able to contact phone companies to see who had that phone number at that time. At the time of the 2000 to 2002, if this document's being created, then you would be able to go and find out who had that phone number. I just can't imagine that they don't have the resources to be able to do that. That's kind of where I don't know. That's me. Hi, Heather. Just popped in to say hi quick, taking a shower, but we'll be listening. Hi, everyone. Huh. What? Proofreading the SK's list is frowned upon. That's definitely not towards me. Kel would never say anything towards me. Yeah, no. I don't know if anybody took it that way, but no. They don't think they don't. They are asking the sleuths to find that. I know, but that's just weird to me that they can't find it. Oh, it's the nature of the burner phones. Burner phones back in 2000? I guess, yeah, you're probably right. That makes sense.
I wasn't in the States in 2000. I was living in Italy, so I didn't even know that existed back then.
Well, yeah, because those were like the legit like throwaway phones.
I remember car phones.
The big car phones.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Computer files. A consistent theme of Heuermann's computer activity is the use of the forensic wiping software in a manner that is consistent with this notation in the planning document. Well, he didn't do a very good job of forensic wiping software.
No.
What's up, Scotty? Yeah, pay-as-you-go phone numbers are not associated with a named person like a right. I wasn't even thinking about that being that way back in 2000. I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know where the fuck the years have gone. Okay. So in the things to remember section, there are, God, this guy is like crazy. Legit. There are notes indicating steps to take next time, i.e. considering a hit to the face or neck next time, or using a heavier rope for the neck. As the light rope broke under stress of being tightened. Heuermann further opines on the importance of sleep to not only avoid problems, but also to increase what Heuermann refers to as playtime. Things to remember. Sound travels, i.e. bird outside. Control the amount of air in and out to control the noise made. Get sleep before hunt. Too tired creates problems. Hit harder. Too many hit to take down. Okay, that means they hit the victim harder. It took him too many hits to take down the victim. That's what that is. Consider a hit to the face or the neck next time for the takedown. So he was tired because he had to hit the victim too many times.
Ugh.
And so he's like, got to hit harder, make it take less time. Jesus Christ me. More sleep and noise control equals more playtime. Use push pins to hang the drop cloths from the ceiling.
Not tape.
Not tape. Tape apparently did not work out well. Use heavy rope for neck. Light rope broke under stress of being tightened. We don't know who he's referring to in all of this.
Or if he's just referring to the last couple of victims.
This seems like it would be like it almost seems like he hadn't done it in a while. He does it and he comes up with all the problems that it had, the way he did it, and now he needs to fix those problems. My problem here is he obviously was killing people earlier than 2000.
Yep.
So is he taking breaks?
That's what I think. I also kind of wonder too if, like, when I see the sound travels, birds outside, if he was testing his basement for sound, like standing in his basement and seeing if he can hear anything from the outside, and then testing from the inside outside of his home to see if he could hear anything. That's what Nancy H. That's what I think.
Sound travels. Well,
because he also mentioned Stockholm syndrome.
As set forth above and embedded here below, the Gilgo Task Force members believe these references to next time indicate Heuermann's prior experiences and what changes to implement moving forward. Take down, pick up. Hunt too long, seen in area too long. Remember, don't charge gas. Recon for the video cameras for next time. Moreover, the references to the things to remember section to utilize push pins, not tape, as well as manifested concerns about sound travel indicate the reference incidents would have occurred indoors and likely inside of target residence, which is a controlled environment that Heuermann would not only be familiar with, but also an area where Heuermann would have access to said tools and supplies. Drop cloths would also serve the twin purposes of limiting the spread of forensic evidence, such as blood, to a confined area, as well as controlling sound travel, which would lead to more quote-unquote playtime, which is believed to be a reference to the sexual and mutilation acts perpetrated on the victims. Additionally, with Heuermann's family vacationing out of state, defendant would have had unfettered time and exclusive access to the target residence, allowing Heuermann ample opportunity to execute and clean up after these crimes. Finally, the planning document on Heuermann's laptop computer includes a notes section. Notes, spur of the moment, cover, Stockholm Syndrome. The more you do, the more clues you give. The more you do, the more clues you give. Look at the painting. Look at the painting. What, why, who? Organized versus disorganized. Sex substitution. Page 162. Page 163. Mutilation. Disorganized. I don't know why.
So he's referencing the Mindhunter book.
Yeah, but like the word, he's not even typing correctly.
Oh yeah, no. Heavy was spelled wrong. I mean, there was a lot spelled wrong.
It is getting bad now. Disorganized. This is like Paul's name in chat. Sorry, Paul, if you're still here. The investigation to date has established the source of these notes are the Mindhunter paperback authored by John Douglas, specifically the first edition published in '96, concerning the criminal profiling of serial killers. For example, the notes section of the planning document includes the following. Page 162, the sex substitute, it's got to be substitution. 168 says the book does indeed reference sex substitution, penetration with an object, as Douglas describes the rather horrible sex mutilation and masturbation over the victim's body, but no intercourse. The penetration with the umbrella and pen were acts of sexual substitution. On page 163, Douglas opines that the perpetrator of such a crime, i.e. sex substitution, would be a disorganized killer who would be compulsive and perhaps living with his parents. Accordingly, this notation contained in the planning document is consistent with the aforementioned book in page number and subject matter. The notes section of the planning document also includes the following: mutilation equals disorganization, or equals disorganized. In page 175 of the first edition Mindhunter book, Douglas describes a woman's screams, and shortly thereafter how the woman's throat had been cut and her naked body mutilated. Douglas further asserts on page 175 of said book that mutilation is a sign of a disorganized personality type. Accordingly, this notation contained in the planning document is again consistent with the book. Which is interesting, though, that he's taking notes of this about that the sex substitution and the mutilation, and yet these are things that he's still mutilating the bodies.
Yeah.
So he knows that from the book that that's a problem. And he's like trying to overcome it.
He didn't. Yeah.
It just goes into who John Douglas is. I think most people probably know who John Douglas is.
Now, my question is, HK, was that like Heuermann kills?
No, they said what it was. I don't remember what it was now, though. And they said like further referred to as the HK planning document.
I just want to know what HK meant. Like Heuermann kill?
Well, I can check real quick. Hold on, what are we on? 30? Let me see. They said what it was when they got the computer. Yeah. Hold on. Here, the file name. HK 2002-04 or 2002-04.
Hunt and kill, maybe? Yeah, hunt and kill. I want to know what the HK stands for. Heuermann kill? Kraken said hunt and kill?
Maybe.
I feel like okay, like this is like a Dexter, BTK, and Toy Box Killer all in one. And you have Rex Heuermann.
And yeah, fucking the ogre.
The ogre.
Andrew, dropping more gifted memberships. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, you're going to turn the whole thing green.
We're going to be green.
HK. I'm trying to think of what it was from, though, because Microsoft Word, it's a hard drive. Like, it's like the file name. I don't know.
I think Kraken's right. I think it is hunt and kill. Like his hunt kill
list.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just
monster.
A file name. That's what they say. Like this HK, the HK planning document, hunt and kill planning document. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so the notes section of the HK planning document also contains the following. Look at the painting, what, why, who. So on page 19 of said book, Douglas notes that while he is still at the FBI, he always advised his agents, if you want to understand the artist, the perpetrator, you have to look at the painting, the victim. We've looked at many paintings over the years and talked extensively to the most accomplished, quote-unquote, artists. Accordingly, the note above contained in Heuermann's laptop computer to look at the painting, yet again points to the aforementioned book as the source of Heuermann's commentary. Finally, the other notations contained in the planning document, spur of the moment, cover, Stockholm Syndrome, the more you do, the more clues you give, are also each contained in the said book, all pointing to it as the source of his notations. The foregoing is corroborated in part in Heuermann's possession of other serial killer books authored by John Douglas. During the initial search warrant execution in July 2023 at the target residence, they observed that Heuermann possessed. In his home office, the book entitled The Case That Haunts Us, which is the John Bonet case. Oh, this is The Cases That Haunt Us, which outlines the facts, evidence, and victimology of several notable serial murder cases. It's unsolved. It's just unsolved cases. Jack the Ripper to John Benet Ramsey, the FBI's legendary Mindhunter sheds light on the mysteries that won't go away. The Gilgo Homicide Task Force members believe that the totality of circumstances surrounding the planning document, including Heuermann's attempt to delete its existence, points to it as Heuermann's self-education and quote-unquote homework on the topic of carrying out serial sexual murder. Heuermann's pointed concerns regarding 1, avoiding being captured on video surveillance, 2, leaving behind forensic evidence, and 3, what supplies to purchase, 4, how to package a body for subsequent transportation to quote-unquote dump sites, wash the body inside and all the cavities prior to packaging for transport, 5, avoid a paper trail tying him to crimes and or crime scenes, remember not to charge for gas, 6, concerns regarding noise and air travel which could inhibit his quote-unquote playtime, and 7, how to improve next time, further confirm. Merely by looking within the 4 corners of the document itself, its relevance in this regard. This belief is further corroborated when looking at a litany of external factors, including how the 6 victims now attributable to Heuermann were indeed packaged and transported, and in the case of Miss Taylor, how her head, hands, and tattoo were removed and or obliterated consistent with the document's instructions. Furthermore, an analysis of Heuermann's computers confirms the planning document was in an unallocated space and had hence been deleted, which is consistent with not only the destroy computer files notation, but also Heuermann's established use of forensic wiping software. Penalties. Well, we're not going to worry about that. Oh, wow. Yeah. Kraken says his cleanup included drain cleaner and had my jaw dropped. I mean, the house is just like a torture chamber at this point.
Well, and Helen brought up a good point too. He had 2 storage units. Is there a possibility that maybe he did this in a storage unit as well?
Well, I don't know, because then he has all these hotel keys.
The hotel keys. And remember, I can't remember if it was the Omega self-storage or if it was the other one. And there was one in Middyville. I think it was the Omega. I might be getting this wrong. Chat may know. But the ME was called to one of the storage units. I think the one in Middyville called Omega.
Uh-huh. I do remember the storage unit.
Yes.
Hi, Dean. What's your princess? He's doing these things. He's doing those things to throw off the investigators. I mean, it worked obviously for a really long time. Pulling a Candyman. Candyman.
That movie scared the crap out of me when I was a kid.
I can't even see that actor without thinking of Candyman. I'm like,
me
oh,
too.
There's Candyman. This is about to get scary, and he's just in there like being like a victim of a crime, and I'm like, that motherfucker did it. You guys don't know who that is? And the medical examiner was present at the search of the storage unit. The medical examiner was also present at the last search of the house, which I found very interesting because they don't normally show up unless there's actually something for them to do. So I don't know. I don't know. We don't. It seems that like they're figuring this stuff out, and we're being filled in later. You know what I mean? Like they're not telling us right away.
Exactly. If only he had invested in laser hair removal.
Well, and it's also ironic that one of the notes that he has in there is about hair, and that's actually what really gets him.
That gets him in the end. Yeah, he said hair and fiber. And I mean, here's my thing. He's really like methodical, right, in his planning in this HK document where he's talking about get rid of everything, burn things, do this, do that. Then why did you keep all the digital stuff, sir? I mean, 647 CD floppy disks, but you're telling yourself to, get rid of it. And a Palm Pilot, to be exact.
Jeez.
Like, it makes no sense why he did this level of planning and like methodically was telling himself, remember to sleep, do this, do that, but then has all of these electronic devices. Well, not very smart.
350 electrical items, electrical or some type of electronic was taken.
Yeah.
It's
Publicly,
hard drives, it's phone. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff.
yeah, Publicly Buzz actually caught some of it and they put it on Twitter. They said the police have discovered 27 computers, 22 external hard drives, 46 cell phones, 44 SD cards, 17 tablets, 42 USB devices, 4 GPS devices, 36 SIM cards, 467 CD floppy disks, and then the hotel keys, which, like I said, I can't confirm it, but I heard 15, but some people heard 50.
I don't know. Some people collect that when they travel too. So if he is out there doing stuff as he's traveling around and he's staying at a hotel, maybe those are his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's his want to keep. All right, I want to watch part of this. I don't want to. I know that it's late for you, so I don't want to keep you too much longer. If you need to go, I know. 400 plus DVD. They said they were snuff films.
I didn't hear that part.
I didn't hear that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Just like I said, we'll listen to part of it.
Here today to announce additional charges in the case against the defendant Rex Heuermann. Obviously, at the onset, I
can't hear that one.
I can't either.
Why is that? I could hear it fine on my own.
Court proceeding.
Hold on. Let me go find another one. This is the one I'm playing right now. Who's that? WFLA has one. Theirs might be good. Let's see. I do like some JB Buno. I don't get to watch him as much anymore. Really, they're just showing the search of the house. Let me get to Presser.
Allegations have got to be proven in court.
Is that any better?
Certainly look forward to.
No, it's still quiet for me.
Today, as you've just seen, the district attorney's office filed a superseding indictment charging the defendant with 2 additional murders. Those charges pertain to the 1993 murder of Sandra Castilla and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor. So that's in addition to the previously charged murders of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew.
I mean, it's better than that last one, but it's still really bad.
Yeah.
1999, June of 2010, and September of 2000.
Okay, Helen said she can hear it. Yeah.
So my intention now.
Oh, thank you for the super chat. He definitely killed in more than one state. That's why, in my opinion, is why there's a gap in killing. You might be very right. Thank you for the super stick.
To you all for questions. But before I do that, before I discuss the indictment and the developments in the case, I want to thank our law enforcement partners, many of whom are here today. First and foremost, I want to thank the Suffolk County Police Department. My understanding is Commissioner. We have, and then we have the commanding officer of the Major Crimes Unit, which includes the homicide, as well as Lieutenant Ken Gine. Again, we thank them not only for their presence here today, but more importantly, for their partnership in this case. We have the FBI supervising for their assistance in an area of interest to us. And, they went above and beyond. So again, I want to thank them. I frequently neglect to thank my own team, so I'm going to take the opportunity to thank them. We have, Chief Zacharias. We have, I want to thank them. I want to thank our ADAs, many of whom are working on this case. You heard from Nick Santamartino. We've got Larry Opizzo. We got Andrew Lee. We got Michelle Haddad. We've got a whole host of ADAs that have really been instrumental.
I hate when they take the press conferences and thank 5,000 people.
Really fantastic.
I feel like it's like we're at like the Grammys or whatever, and I'm just like, come on. Just say thank you to everybody involved. I appreciate your hard work.
Yeah, just say thanks to all the agencies. You know who you are.
This is what this case is about. We don't ever forget that. This case is about the victims and their families.
Just real quick though, Miku's headphones is saying like that, and that's one thing about New York that I do know is true, is that they cannot put a pretrial detainee's DNA into CODIS to see if it pops on any other crimes from anywhere else until post-conviction.
Yep.
You have to be convicted of the crime before they can be put into CODIS. Most states have it where you can, once you're arrested, they can put your DNA in there and see if there's anything, if there's any crimes that you committed anywhere else, but not New York. It's one of them that you cannot.
You cannot.
So
Yeah.
they can't even match him to these other places that he has gone to visit until he's actually convicted of something, which makes me think that, and we've talked a lot about, like, are they going to try all these people together? Or like,
That's
are
what
they
I've
going to
been.
try it for all these homicides together? I think that once they hit probably even their first wall of going through this data, they're probably gonna go with that. That's what I think they'll do, because I think they're gonna want to find out if he did stuff in other places if they can't figure it out from there. Like, so if he has victims in Vegas, let's say, which I think he probably does, and now we were talking about down in Virginia, South Carolina, if they find something that they can use to put into CODIS, then they'll continue to let this go. Like, I shouldn't say let it go, but they'll continue to put it all together for one big, trial per se. But I think if they can't figure it out, if they can't get it some other way, then I think they're going to end up trying to go to trial just on I'm going to assume we're going to go with probably about 8 or 9 by the time this hits a wall, if not more than that. And then they'll add the others later.
Yeah.
But that just depends on what the investigations in the other places are going.
Well, and then really quick too, T, behind Tierney, do you see a lady in a kind of a blue shirt with glasses?
Right here. That's
Maureen Bernard Barnes' sister.
Oh.
And then the girl in the ponytail, that's her daughter. She would have been 7 at the time that Maureen was murdered.
Dang.
Yeah.
Do you know who this is?
I'm really bad with remembering everybody. It's so hard to remember, but yeah.
I know who this is.
Who was that?
Who's that lady?
Oh, we know who that is.
And hopefully providing them with that small measure of closure. And the families have been nothing short of incredible. The way that they continue to support their loved ones and each other is really inspiring to us and really helps us to keep coming in and working this case as aggressively as we've been doing. This case is a true collaboration. Again, mentioning all of those partners, without the contribution of any one of those partners, our ability to do this case would have been severely compromised.
All right. Yeah.
So again, I know I mentioned a lot of names. I know I went through a lot of agencies, but
yeah,
I just don't do that because it's the polite thing.
He says a lot.
Because it's the right thing to do, because they've
I
really.
believe it's the right thing to do.
2 new charges. What I want to talk about is at the time of the initial arraignment of 3 out of the 4 Gilgo 4, and then at the superseding arraignment on the charges pertaining to Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and the Gilgo 4 was completed. At that time, we said that we were going to continue to investigate this case, that the grand jury with regard to the Gilgo 4 is over, but the case continues. The criminal prosecution continues, but the investigation continues, and that investigation has been expanded. The investigation has been expanded both to the bodies that were found on Gilgo and beyond. That's what we said. And I think that has come to fruition today with these 2 new cases or new charges. First off, with regard to Jessica Taylor, that her body was recovered on July 26, 2003, off of just west of Halsey Manor Road in Manorville. She was found on her back. She was decapitated, and her hands and arms were severed just below the elbows. Notably, a tattoo that she had been obliterated with a sharp object. 8 years later, her arms and skull were found on Ocean Parkway. Those remains were found on the same side of the road on the Ocean Parkway as the Gilgo 4. They were found less than a mile away from the remains of the Gilgo 4, and all of the 5 remains were located within 50 feet of the roadway. and I think you see that the graphic on page 5 of our bail document illustrates that. Jessica Taylor was last seen on July 19th in New York City. She was working as a sex worker. We know from from our investigation, from a number of financial records and other records, that the defendant, Rex Heuermann, was in New York City on July 19th. Jessica Taylor last spoke to her mom on July 21st, and then that was about 8:41 p.m. Then less than 2 hours later, her phone call made its last outgoing call, and we heard no more from Jessica or from her phone. The family alerted law enforcement on July 25th when she failed to return to her home for her mom's birthday. And then shortly thereafter, on July 26th, Jessica's body was recovered. At that time, the Suffolk County PD did canvass. They spoke to witnesses, and the witnesses had observed the night before, about 13 hours prior to the 911 call, they saw a dark-colored pickup truck backed up in the vicinity of off of Halsey Manor Road, where Jessica's body was eventually recovered. Computer activity by the defendant, which we were able to access through our search warrants, indicated that 2 days later, on July 28th, he accessed a Newsday article with regard to information on the case and with regard to the police looking for information on the case. That search was erased, but we were able to recover it. 1 day later, on July 29th, notably, the defendant was seeking to purchase a new Chevy Avalanche truck, notwithstanding the fact that he already had a dark-colored Chevy Avalanche truck, which was only approximately 4 months old at the time. The Chevy Avalanche truck, which we've been discussing all along, is dark-colored. His internet search related to the acquisition of the same Chevy Avalanche truck, but this time in white or bright blue. Bright colored truck, completely different from the dark colored truck that he had been riding in. And again, once again, that purchase with regard to the new trucks that was attempted to be obliterated. We spoke, and Nick Santamartino did the bail application, so I don't want to repeat all that Nick said, but with regard to the hairs found in this case, Jessica Taylor was found laying atop a surgical drape. A male hair was found between the body and the drape. That was recovered back in 2003. In 2023, we brought that hair was brought to the mitochondrial testing lab for mitochondrial DNA analysis, and was able to the result. 99.96% of the population, but not Rex Heuermann, the defendant. Then again, later in 2024, we brought to a second lab.
Why is it skipping?
And once again, the result was
because he was doing this on Instagram.
As the donor of that hair, and it's 1.837 times 10 to the 630
We read this
power.
already.
More like
I'll listen to what he has to say that we didn't already read.
That it matched defendant or someone matching the defendant's DNA profile than a member of the population at large. And that number, just so it's 1.837 times 10 to the 603rd power. So what you do is you take that 1.837 and you move that decimal point over 63 places and add zeros. That's the number. That number doesn't exist. It's so big. Among other things,
The octillion, bazillion, quadrillion one that I was talking about earlier.
The murder of Jessica Taylor was once again family travel. We were able to determine that.
Is he literally just reading the document?
Death of Jessica Taylor.
He pretty much is, yeah.
Was out of the state.
It's like I already did that.
Staying at a resort.
I think further down though is when you'll get the questions. Like I can't remember the time. I think it's like 10, 15 minutes from now.
And had unfettered access.
He's literally reading it, unfettered access.
Yeah.
Okay.
Expanding this to find out.
Okay, hold
Okay,
on.
there you go.
We hear the questions
We've
though?
done that
They're hard to
He's like, I
hear.
couldn't hear him.
in the two
Makes
new
me-
charges that you see here today. So that's what we've done. That's what we've continued to do. And my office, along with our partners, are not going to stop. This case continues.
Jesse, she was talking about
So
Gloria
with that,
already.
I will turn it over
This-
for
this one.
questions.
Mr.
I had a
Chairman, you
question
talked
about,
about.
we'll just go, if we go right to left. About the plan. I didn't see you down there.
It's okay.
That's so messed up. That's what I'd say to Shmita.
Why is it second degree, not first degree? Isn't that premeditated?
So first degree, I mean, there are a number of different.
Here you go, T.
Number of different charging theories you could use for murder in the first degree. One of them is if you charge a murder within a specific period of time. I think it's 18 months. So if you look at, so we have 3 murder 1 charges and 6 murder 2 charges. And if you look at the time of the deaths, Sandra Castilla, 93, Jessica Taylor, 2003, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 2007, Melissa Bartholomew, 2009, Megan Waterman, 2010, and Amber Costello, 2010. Those last 3, Bartholomew, Costello, and Waterman, fit within that one. The other ones, unfortunately, fall outside, so we're unable to bring that charge with regard to those, the other 5. No, the other 3 victims. So
Whoa.
that's why it's different. Just so
Hold on a
the New York
second.
State law is set up.
And Mr.
I wanted to ask about how this.
Hold on, I gotta back that up.
Because of this document that he had, planning these murders out, why is it second?
Oh, did I go?
degree, not first
Where did I
degree?
go?
Premeditated?
So first degree, I mean, there are a number of different charging theories you
Theories?
can use for murder in the first degree. One of them is if you charge a murder within a specific period of time. I think it's 18 months. So if you look at,
Okay, so first I don't know. I think this is word salad. I'm going to tell you that first off, because the first thing he says is that if you look at the period of time when it comes to, well, he said, okay, I should back up. He first says there's different charging theories that you can use.
Mhm.
That's interesting. They're not theories, but okay. But he says something about the charging period. He just said, like, let me just see if I can just go back just a little bit. If you charge a murder, so within 18 months, so he's saying, since we charged him with the first 3 less than 18 months ago, we can't charge him with first degree again. So he says the first 3, they have the first degree murder charge. Everybody else has second degree because you can't charge them again with first degree on within 18 months of the first charges. That's the first thing he's saying here. He changes it.
Mhm.
He changes it though. So I think he literally is combining different pieces of whatever charging quote unquote theories he's talking about. I'll look more into this under New York law because
Thank you, because I don't understand the law stuff.
He's saying 2 different things though. He's
Yes.
absolutely saying 2 different things. Then he
Well, and
changes it.
The other thing is too, T, really quick.
So
You're fine.
Notice how his ums keep going up when he's explaining this.
murder 2 charges, and if you look.
Yeah, so 1 charges and 6 murder 2 charges. Right. You have 6 murder 2 charges because you charged him with the first 3, first degree and second degree. Your next 3, you've only charged him with second degree.
Look at the time of the deaths.
See, now he's
Sandra
changing
Castilla,
it.
93, Jessica Taylor, 2003, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 2007, Melissa Bartholomew, 2009, Megan Waterman, 2010, and Amber Costello, 2010. Those last 3, Bartholomew, Costello, and Waterman, fit within that one.
Here.
The other ones, unfortunately, fall outside, so we're unable to bring that charge with regard to those.
So now he changes it to the distance from the time that he charged they charged him the 3 that he killed in the same year. Is essentially what he's saying. But the other ones fall outside of that, so they can't go and charge him with the first degree on that.
Correct.
That's 2 totally different, what does he call them, charging theories.
Charging theories, yes.
But then hold on, because here he says something that's very fucking interesting.
The other 5
Here,
fit within that
listen here.
one. The other ones, unfortunately, fall outside, so we're unable to bring that charge with regard to those, the other 5.
He just
Look
said
at
the
his
other
face.
5. Well, he realizes, fuck, I just said something I wasn't supposed to
Supposed
say.
to say, yeah. And he says 222, like I can't with that, but it gets worse when he's explaining this.
He just said the other 5 though. So they have another 2 that they're ready to go with.
Yes, that's what I took it as.
They absolutely have another 2 that they're ready to charge him with. They're very close to ready. Valerie Mack is absolutely one.
And I think the other one is Karen Vergata.
Probably. But I don't know. They may throw it and make it somebody who is not even close to here.
Oh yeah, it'll probably be somebody up in like Midtown.
Yeah, so you can see his face. I'm going to rewind it again just so you can hear it again.
Fall outside,
You can see his face. Watch his face as he says it.
Bring that charge with regard to those, the other.
He's doing the math.
The other
shit.
3 victims. So that's why that's
he's like,
why
wait,
just sort of
shit.
the way New York State law is set up.
And the one guy in the back kind of gets a little bit squirmy.
And the search now, because now with this indictment, the earliest murder now changes to 1993, which gives it many more years than we had before. So how does this expand the search? How are you guys expanding this to find out who other victims that are possibly involved in?
Well, I think first and foremost, it expands the information for the public and the media. It doesn't change anything for us.
Oh, it could be Peaches.
I think
if we're going with what we were talking about earlier, that it's
we learned of this document. We have been.
We do think that there's a good chance they actually know who she is.
It could be, yeah.
Of the Gilgo 4.
But what about the baby?
Off of Gilgo itself was based on my knowledge of the investigation. So that's something that we've been doing for a while now. It's just sort of become publicly known.
How do you know Sam?
We have no information with regard to that.
Enough of that. So the alleged murders happening between 93 and 2010. Just how alarming is this sweeping timeline you're looking at?
17 years is right now is what they've got.
It's alarming. And I think it underscores that which we already knew, that we have an individual who we are alleging, and again, these are allegations, meticulously planned and executed 6 separate murders. So that in and of itself is.
Now he knows how to do math.
And there are other victims. Are more charges on the way?
So we're going to continue. Again, we're going to
Very
continue
true.
to investigate, and we'll talk about whatever other investigation we're undergoing when and if we bring those charges.
And Mr. Tierney, in your document, you mentioned the words torture, bondage, violence, and also Stockholm syndrome. Is there any evidence to reveal that perhaps Rex Heuermann took these women or any of them captive in his home, attempted to brainwash them, put them under his
Well, that's what that document contains, and again, that speaks for itself. We'll make arguments with regard.
He already
to
read
that.
you the document at the beginning.
And at the trial, the specific reference to Stockholm syndrome that pertains to a book, Mindhunter, by a former FBI
John Douglas.
profiler, John.
He couldn't even remember
Oh,
John's
you don't even know
name.
his fucking name?
Escaped me for a moment.
The legend, man. Come on,
His name is
John Douglas.
Okay, fine. It escaped you at the moment. He's so flustered that he said 8 instead of
that
6.
And
Oh yeah, and that's
Or he
front.
said 5
That is
instead of
front and
3.
center in his brain.
torture.
Yeah, he's like,
and
shit.
also,
I said 5. I was supposed to say 3, and I said 5. What the
and,
fuck am I gonna do?
you know,
Call the news outlets.
it's
Have them
our
delete it.
allegation that the defendant was referencing that Mindhunter book, not to gain insight into his own behavior or to modify or change it, but rather to use it as a means of improving his methodology and avoid capture by the authorities.
Yeah,
Well,
for
that
sure.
was, sir, what about Valerie Mack? I know she, I believe, was found out in Vanderbilt in a similar way that she was murdered.
So you have, and if you go back to that document, they talk about DS or dump sites, Mill Road, Halsey Manor Road and Mill Road, it intersects with each other. So, and if you look at the method of the crime scene, very similar to Jessica Taylor, that's what we could say now. We'll continue to work the case, and if we're able to develop more information and get to the point where we can charge it, we'll talk about it. You had a real question?
Yes, I was wondering, you mentioned that book. Did Heuermann have that book in his?
So he references specific page numbers in the doc, or specific page numbers are represented in the document, which match up to a particular edition of the Mindhunter book. The Mindhunter book was not found in Heuermann's house, but there was another serial killer book written by John Douglas found in his house, and I think that's in the bail document.
It is a pop quiz from hell.
We probably knew this, but uncovering a lot of new details that we didn't know, as far as dismemberment, that he was younger when he allegedly killed, that, of course, this document is explosive. Just talk to me, looking at the bigger picture profile of a serial killer, what was investigators, your thoughts when you were uncovering these new sort of details that?
Yeah, we had no thoughts.
We have no thoughts.
We look at the evidence. We know that criminals in general, people in general, their modus operandi change through the course of their life. Obviously there was no dismemberment with regard to the original Gilgo 4, but there is with regard to, unfortunately, Ms. Taylor. So, it's just, and again, everyone says, are you expanding the investigation? And, we're doing it under the auspices of the Gilgo task force, but each new case that we look at,
or in 19,
we look at it
in 93, he would have been 29.
29, yes.
Where does that evidence leads us? Does it lead us to one particular suspect or another particular suspect? But we don't, get a list and say, okay, we're gonna automatically assume that certain people committed certain crimes. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way we do it. We look at and again, in the bail document, you talk about, if you want to know, and this is from John Douglas's book.
Wait, he was at a club with Heuermann?
Wait, what?
So Miku's headphones said that it's well-documented thing that the former chief of police in Long Island didn't give a shit about solving the deaths because there were sex workers, which does not surprise me at all. And that he was seen at a club with Rex Heuermann.
I have heard this.
I had not heard that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been confirmed, but I have heard it.
This case is going to take patience. This case is going to take years.
Amen, Cindy.
It may have been a swingers club.
Yeah, you got to read. Did you read the deposition or did you watch the press conference with John Ray and Rodney Harrison before Rodney Harrison stepped down?
Yeah, I did.
That's part of that was the swingers club. I love John Ray, y'all. I know some people don't, but when he talked about it, he was like, Asa and Rex were known to go to swippy swappy parties. I'm like, oh my God.
Swippy swappy.
Yeah, that's how I remembered the swing. There could be a swingers club. Yes.
And this is Burke, right? No.
Burke?
Yes.
Possibly.
Well, which chief of police is she talking about that was at the club with him? Burke, right?
Yeah, Burke. But I'm saying like it's possible. We haven't gotten like irrefutable proof yet.
Let up on him. He's going through a lot. Yeah, Burke was in on it. Burke, the old one.
That's what a lot of people say.
My mother-in-law lived in the area and she said the same thing.
That a lot of people. And then, oh my gosh, you guys will probably know him in the chat. The guy that was arrested by Burke and he found the bag with the video in it, and I think it was a woman getting tortured, and it was in Burke's cruiser. What was his name? Chris something? I found that on another podcast. I was like, what?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's deep. Teresa, this case is so deep, man.
I know.
It's
crazy. This is why you telling me I need to be over here, and I'm like, oh God, I don't think I can do it.
It's crazy.
And now here we are.
Yes, he stole the sex toy bag. But I think there was a movie in it too, or a video in there of a woman being tortured.
Oh, Jesus. There are photos with them both and Asa in them.
What? Where are the photos? Where are they?
This is the snuff film, apparently.
Yep, it was a snuff film.
The swingers clubs are big on Long Island. Oh, Jesus. I was a bartender at the Carousel. It was a strip club. Oh, Jesse, for
Wow.
real? Hey.
I bet there was good
Hey.
money though to be a
I
bartender.
bet it fucking
Yeah.
was.
Heck
I bet
yeah.
it was. I'm like, I'll go be a bartender. They all partied together. Jesus. Did Ann Burgess help write Mindhunter? I don't know. This one is fascinating in all ways. Absolutely. Definitely a rabbit hole that I'm afraid that I would get in and never leave.
Welcome to my world, man.
They were into these psycho swinger parties, wealthy people, sex parties, chief of police in on it. Don't believe John Ray until the DA presents the claims he's an ambulance chaser and wants lawsuits. Yeah, he's definitely eccentric.
He's very, very eccentric.
He is he's enjoyable to listen to in storytelling though.
Oh, he is.
Okay, I don't think they were intentionally in them. I wish I had documented the day streams were. Hold on, I gotta reread that. I don't think they were intentionally in them. I wish I had documented the day streams were. There are so many people in Long Island who have found them while looking back through photos. Oh, like they're in place at the same time kind of thing?
Oh.
I got you.
When there was something too about a cousin of Rex or an uncle being a Catholic priest and he was going down for child stuff as well. I mean, the Heuermanns is a big name in Long Island.
This is
So I think there's ties to like law enforcement. I think there's ties to the churches. It's big, in my opinion.
well, like Kraken said, like it's fascinating, and we don't really actually know anything.
And nothing's really been confirmed.
Nothing, even what has been put out is still. I mean, it's still the tip of something so much bigger. It's like, oh my gosh, it snowed 20 inches. Well, here's an inch of it, and we go, oh my gosh, that looks like a lot of snow. And it's like, oh wait till you see the 20 inches put together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where this is at. This is going to be much bigger. And like you said at the beginning, he's obviously a very prolific serial killer and probably one of the most prolific during our time.
I fully agree. And I think this is also going to change the trajectory of how we profile, like how we look at serial killers or people that have, more than 2 victims. I think he is going to change how we view that now. Because like I said, it's like Dexter, BTK, Toy Box Killer.
Him researching and changing his MO and trying to learn from his mistakes obviously still caught him, and he didn't learn enough, but it's still going to be something that he's absolutely going to be studied. I do wonder if he'll end up just saying, okay, enough is enough. Here's what you need to know.
I'm on the fence with that. There's a part of me that thinks that maybe this whole thing will tire him out and he will just give up and say, fuck it. You know what I mean? I'm just going to do it. But there's another part of me that thinks how he treated these victims. And it's so sad because they are victims, but how he treated these innocent human beings, he had to control. He had to do in his mind, he had to torment. He had to see them suffer. I don't see him doing it. I don't see him saying, yeah, I did it.
But BTK had no problem naming his, and now we're still going. Now we're looking back, and they're saying, no, there's more. There's more.
BTK is different.
I don't know, man.
BTK didn't want someone claiming his kills. Rex doesn't want to get caught. I mean, Rex never, as far as we know, and I could be wrong, Rex never wrote to the news station and said, hey, my body or my one of my victims' bodies is going to be found here and there. He didn't want to be caught. BTK, I think he got off to that. I think that was a gratification for him to know that Cake News was going to be finding a letter in a library on the Otero family murders. Rex, he don't want to get caught. He wants to mess with the families. He wants to mess with the friends and further torture the victims after they are gone.
So you
That's
think
how I see it.
he's gonna want to go to trial so that he can relive each of the victims' stories, and that the
Yes.
families will have to relive each of the victims' stories.
It's further victimizing the victim and their families. Yes.
I got you.
That just screams Rex to me. I mean, he looked now if you guys are on Twitter, because I know we had some newer people watching, you guys have got to follow Catch Lisk on Twitter. He was actually there,
Again.
and he was sitting less than 40 feet from where Rex was standing. And he literally said, like, Rex was motionless when they were naming everything off. Like, the victims, what he did, he had no emotion, nothing.
That's like Brian Koberger, in my opinion. So
yes. Yep.
here is Catch Lisk on Twitter. Make sure if you guys are on Twitter, you guys are following him. I want to say thank you for being here, Sleuths Investigate.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm also kind of like, what are you doing to me at the same time? Like, is this going to be my life?
Oh, I think it's going to have to be. We are going to have to, grab your Palm Pilots. Let's pencil this in. Let's get our pizza and our Palm Pilots.
Our pizza and our Palm Pilots. You know what he needed to make note of was to destroy all of his pizza crusts. Eat the fucking crust, Rex. Eat the fucking crust, and you wouldn't be here right now. Eat the fucking crust. No, but for real, thank you for being here and helping, and just your knowledge and your brains and your just being you. I appreciate you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. And like I said, I feel so bad. I can't remember everything. Like, it's so hard to remember certain things. So if you're catching this on the replay and you're probably screaming like, damn it, Sleuth, it was this year. I'm so sorry.
Right. Well, we're not done. So if there is, I'm sure there's obviously so many layers and so many things that we couldn't have fit in. And there's just so much more to talk about. And we tried to just give the bare minimum, which we couldn't even do that right. We kept talking and talking at the beginning. We were like, okay, we're going to just tell the background for like 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll get into the document. I always have big plans to keep these things short, and then somehow I don't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're like, okay, I'm going to keep this under 2 hours. 4 hours later.
4 hours later. I know. But I love you, and I love you guys for being here. Thank you to everybody in chat for hanging out with us, and actually being so helpful in figuring things out and putting pieces together and just talking it through like we do. So I appreciate you guys too. I will, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing next at this point. Now I got so much shit going on. We got Karen Reed back on Monday with the rest of Buchanan's cross-examination. That's going to be fucking fire.
Oh,
Can't wait for that. Obviously going to be looking more into some list stuff. Like I said, though, before, I do think this is going to take a long time. Like this case in itself is going to take a long time. So I think we have some time to put some, Sluice and I were talking about putting some pieces together that would be useful for when this case does end up going to trial, that we'll be able to utilize and look back on, versus like coming back here for a 4-hour stream, doing a couple different shorter videos on each component. That would be better, not necessarily live, but even just like, the documentary style or pre-recorded. So hopefully we can do that. Like I said, I do think we'll have some time to put that together, because we want to be able to give you guys the details in a very like clear and concise way, but it also can be utilized for ourselves when we do get back to, when we do come up to the time that trial happens, when we're like, wait a minute, who was that? What was that? When was that? We'll just have these nice little stories
and references to go back. Yeah. Because when you did that for Gannon's case, T, oh my goodness. It was nice, because there were things that I could not remember in trial, and I'd be like, wait a minute, Teresa's got a video. Like, I would just go back to your stuff.
Well, that's when I did like Suzanne Morpheus too, and I did the entire timeline, and that thing took forever. But I'm like, when Barry does get arrested for this, because I do think he will, like, this is going to be great to just have it in a 45-minute, here it is, and everything we knew.
For sure, yeah.
So I'll be back probably Monday is what I'm shooting for. If anything exciting pops up or I learn something new this weekend, maybe I'll do something. But most likely I'll be back Monday afternoon on something or other. So thank you guys once again. I appreciate you guys being here. Go enjoy your Friday night, enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you Monday.
Bye, guys.
heading into the unknown.